Sri Lanka registered a historical win to begin the series, and then the ruthless New Zealanders made a great comeback in the second ODI. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you and welcome to the live telecast of the third ODI in this New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. It all comes down to this, the series decider between the two teams here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. This is the tally between the two teams. Sri Lanka, they have only one win, and that win came in the first game of the series. And New Zealanders, they have won 11 out of those 12 games. So a very clear domination by the White Ferns. But let's see what the Sri Lankans can do. Can they make history once again to win this series? And this is the big one, the trophy the both teams are playing for today. Whoever wins today, they will go home with the trophy. Sri Lanka women taking on New Zealand women, a historical series, the first ever bilateral tour by the White Ferns here to Sri Lanka. And joining with me commentary to begin the proceedings for the final ODI is Ranjika Pereira. A very good morning, Ranjika.
Very good morning, Laksisi. Very good morning to all our viewers. Thank you for joining us. We're coming to you live from the Galle International Stadium. Two matches down. It's 1-1. Sri Lanka winning the first game by 9 wickets and New Zealand coming back to win by 116 runs. Today we are ready for the third ODI at the Galle International Stadium before we move to Colombo for the 3-match T20 series, which will take place in the oldest test playing venue in Sri Lanka, the Papare Oval.
This ODI series, Ranjika, it belongs to the ICC Women's ODI Championship. So the points which are on offer today will be very valuable for both the teams.
So far, Sri Lanka having played the most number of matches are in number 4 with 3 wins under their name, but they'll have to be very careful in the next couple of series that they're playing, because only the top 6 will gain automatic qualification for the World Cup. So they have work cut out for them, especially if they can win this match today and secure the series. I think that will do a world of good for the Sri Lankan women's team.
Yes, indeed, Ranjika, because after this Sri Lanka will be touring Ireland. So this is a very important game for Sri Lanka to identify where they will finish in the points table. The White Ferns, during their training sessions early today, they made a strong comeback in the second ODI, both in batting and in bowling. Skipper Sophie Devine leading from the front when it comes to batting, and Amelia Kerr scoring a century as well. And then Lia Tahuhu, the experienced Lia Tahuhu, trouble the Sri Lankan bowlers, Sri Lankan batters from the word go. And yes, the Sri Lankan skipper Samarya Tapattu with the Sri Lankan coach at the moment, Rumesh Ratnayaka.
Very pleasant conditions here at the Galle National Stadium. Not much sunny, and there's a nice steady breeze blowing across the grounds. I think the White Ferns will be really happy to play in conditions like this.
It will be interesting to see what the Sri Lankan team composition will be today, Ranjika. They played the youngster Kavya Kavin in the second ODI, but only gave her just 2 overs, so most probably we won't see her today. And also the Sri Lankan spinners had an off day during that second ODI, so let's see whether they will change things up.
I think it's time to go to the center and see what the pitch will offer today. This third game, the decider. Hopefully, the spinners, like you mentioned, they had an off day earlier in the second game, but hopefully they can come into this game. But before that, we'll move into the pitch report. We have Gavini Pereira at the center to take a look at the pitch.
Good morning, everyone. Kia ora kutu to New Zealand. It has been cloudy all morning, but I'll tell you what, sun is creeping through the clouds. As it turned out to be, it's beginning to be a beautiful morning here in Galle. We had a downpour yesterday, so outfield is a bit on the heavier side. Still enough value. In terms of conditions overhead, there is a strong breeze, 24 kilometers per hour coming from my left, and I'm facing city end. I'm here in Fort End. Temperature around 27 degrees, humidity around 80%. What about the pitch? Well, first two games were played on the pitch to my right, but here we've got a new one. Let's have a look. Blue grass here at Galle, around 3 to 4 mil, evenly rolled, pretty hard, but slightly lighter in color compared to the last one we had. Only difference in this one, covers would have been on for last couple of days because it was rainy. There's a bit more moisture on the surface. So the new bowlers will get some assistance in the air because of overhead conditions as well as off the track. Two new balls from either side. Opening batters will have a task ahead. What about the spinners? Well, I reckon they'll get a bit more bite off this surface simply because it's lighter in color and less grass on it. So what is the outcome? I'm still leaning towards batting first simply because runs on the board, lot of pressure, and outfield is still quick enough. Bat first is my word.
So that's what Gamni believes. Win the toss and bat first. Good pitch conditions, good conditions overall, I believe, to play. As the fans also turning up slowly in their numbers. You can see a even grass cut out, but like Gamni mentioned, there was rain overnight. So it must have been under the covers throughout the last couple of days. So there'll be some moisture in offer for the seamers in the first hour, but that will surely evaporate with the sign beating down and the cool breeze and the breeze as well, Laxasi. So first hour will be tricky, but after that, I think this has some good runs available for the batters.
Yes, it's a different surface today, but even during the second ODI, it was the same case. So right now, we will head to the toss. So as you can see, the people at the Galle Fort, a very historical place here in Sri Lanka, one of the most popular destinations. So we will head to the toss. We have Fawaz Maroof with the two captains in the middle.
It's a beautiful day out here in Galle, and there's a series decider. 1-1 against Sri Lanka versus New Zealand. I got the two captains with me, Chamari Athapattu, Sophie Divine, and our match referee, Vanessa De Silva. Chamari, you got the coin? Heads is the call. Heads it is. New Zealand has won the toss. Sophie, you won the toss. Give me the reasons for it. What are you going to do and the reasons for it?
We're going to have a bat first today. It's a new wicket, but it still looks really flat. So again, hoping we can put on some big runs on the board and defend it.
Almost looked like the same pitch what was used in the first two games.
Yeah, it does. I think it probably looks even better if I'm honest. I mean, I'm no curator, but it certainly looks like a great cricket wicket. So looking forward to getting first crack on it.
Valiant attempt after losing the first game on the second game. Any changes you have made for the team as well as tactically for this game?
You've just made the one change. Molly Penfold comes in for Hannah Rowe and she just brings a bit of extra pace. So looking forward to seeing what she can do, especially down breeze. But I think for us, blueprint was laid last game. It's now about being able to do that consistently.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Chamari, you lost the toss. If you had won the toss, what would you have done?
Definitely we will choose bat first, but I'm pretty confident about my bowling unit. I have good experience bowling lineup, so we stick with our plans.
Won the first game, lost the second game. First game, 28 over game. Second game was a 50 over. What would you like to restrict this strong New Zealand team?
275 is good score to defend. So yeah, we stick with our plans. Especially I can mention Udeshika and Inoka. If they are bowling really good, we can restrict them for 275.
Have you made any changes from the last game?
Yeah, we have two changes. Hansima back into the side and young Fernando back into the side.
Big game, 1-1 to win the series.
Yeah, definitely we try our best, and I know New Zealand is a good side, but this tournament we are playing really good cricket, so hopefully continue this form today.
All the best to you.
Thank you very much.
So news out from here is that New Zealand has won the toss and they decided to bat first.
So the White Ferns, they have won the all-important toss in this series decider, and they have once again decided to bat first. Anshika, the correct call, I think. Even Gamini believe that batting first will be the ideal option.
Yes, indeed. Taking a look at the New Zealand side, the wicketkeeper batter Bernadine Basundehut and Susie Bates, Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, Maddie Green, Georgia Brooke, Molly, Liatuhuhu, Eden and Fran.
The Sri Lankan playing 11, Chamari Athapaththu the skipper, Vishnu Ratna, Harshita Samaravikramani, Lakshya De Silva, Anushka Sanjeevani, Kavisha Dilhari, Oshadi Ranasinghe, Hansima Karunaratne, Inoshi Fernando, Ino Karanavira and Udeshika Prabodhini. 2 changes for Sri Lanka, Kave Kavindi and Sugandhika Kumari left out, and Hansima Karunaratne and Inoshi Fernando brought into this series decider.
The 2 umpires for today, Nimali Pereira in your screen, and she'll be joined with Ranmo Martinez. And also to mention to the viewers and the fans, the grounds are open for anyone to come in, walk in and support the Lionesses as they get ready to create history against the White Ferns, hoping to get that elusive series victory in the 50-over format against the travelling White Ferns.
Inoshi Fernando will bowl with the new ball for Sri Lanka. The 2 New Zealand openers, they'll really love to get some runs in this final ODI, because both of them couldn't score a significant amount of runs during the first 2 games. Susie Bates just over 25 runs, I think, in both the games, and even Bernadine Basundehut only scored 38 runs in the 2 games as well. So both of these batters, they'll really love to register a big score today in this all-important series decider. Is Inoshi Fernando. First delivery, tries to cut it away, but straight towards the fielder.
Gentle off spin of Inoshi Fernando. Bernadine Basundehut, the opening batter, wicket-keeper batsman, playing her first series for New Zealand, former South African national. Like you mentioned, we'll be hoping to make her mark in the side for sure, and to cement her spot as a top order batter, and especially as the wicket keeper. Couple of mistakes in the earlier games, but she'll be determined to forget all that and put up a brilliant performance in this deciding game.
Yes, Basundehut uses the reverse sweep well. We saw that during the first 2 games. Goes for the cut once again, but straight towards the field. A good start so far from Inoshi Fernando. 4 odd deliveries. Inoshi Fernando, 11 games, 14 wickets, economic rate of 4.27, average of 20.78, best bowling of 3 for 21. Yes, Inoshi. Up in the air, just away from Inoshi Fernando. Almost a wicket in the very first over. The off spinner pulling some tight lines here.
Bit of nerves from the right-hander. Not certain of his offer stroke play so far, but almost an ideal start for Fernando coming into this game. But a misfield from her gets the first runs on board for the White Ferns. That's the end of the first over. New Zealand 1 for none.
Fernando brought back into the side. It was a very good first over. Fortunately, that misfield led to a run. The two teams for today for Sri Lanka: Shamri Atapattu, Vishmigun Ratna, Harshita Samaravikrama, Nilakshi De Silva, Anushka Sanjeevani, Kavisha Dilhari, and then the spinners Oshadi Ranasinghe, Fernando Ranavira, and the pacer Prabodhini and Hansima Karnaratne. And for New Zealand, Bernadine Bezuidenhout, Susie Bates, Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, Maddie Green, Georgia Plima, Brooke Halliday, Molly Penfold, Liata Huhu, Ian Carson, and Fran Jonas, the two spinners for them, the two young spinners, the off spinner and the left arm spinner. Deshika Prabodhini to ball from the fourth end.
Nice shape from the seamer, and as we mentioned earlier, be some assistance for the seamers this first hour. Susie Bates, so much experience under her belt, 150 matches, 150th match, that's a milestone for Susie Bates in this format.
She's been there for a very long time. Susie Bates representing the White Ferns. And Deshika Prabodhini, 60 games, 33 wickets, economy of 4.29, best bowling of 3 for 35. One of the most experienced campaigners for Sri Lanka is Bezuidenhout. Tries to drive it away, but straight towards the fielder again. During the second ODI, the White Ferns, they had a watchful start. Susie Bates departed early. They didn't have a single boundary until the fifth over. It was in the sixth over that Bernadine Bezuidenhout managed to score 2 boundaries. Good from Udeshika Prabodhini once again, the left arm seamer.
Keeping it simple, Udeshika just keeping it within the stumps and trying to shape it in towards the right-handed Bezuidenhout. That's whipped across, but there is a fielder in the deep, only a single.
So Susie Bates to face her first delivery of the day against Udeshika Prabodhini. Here's Prabodhini to Susie Bates. A very good delivery from Udeshika Prabodhini, bowling in that probing line. End of a very good over. The White Ferns 2 for no loss after 2 overs.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Fans on Golf Fort. As you mentioned earlier, the gates are open for everyone who wishes to come and support the Lionesses. Deciding game here at the Galle National Stadium after that historic win in the first game. It was a sort of shortened game, 28 overs, but Sri Lanka made history beating the White Ferns for the first time thanks to a brilliant century from Chamari Athapattu. All to play for today, and if Sri Lanka can restrict the White Ferns around 250, I think they'll have a chance in this pitch.
Yes, indeed. Even while chasing 329, they batted well for some parts of that game, especially Kavish Adilari. Meanwhile, the two New Zealand batters, they get back for only one run. So the score moves to 5. Inosh Fernando. Here's the replay once again. A little underage. They almost thought about going for a second run, but just at the end they decided against it. Here's Inoshi Fernando. Bowled a tight first over, but a bit too short in this second one, driven away again.
A bit more intent from the two batters. Looking to maneuver the field, get those singles away, settle down the nerves. Tossed up this time. Good piece of fielding from Inoshi off her own bowling. This is what you need, especially at the beginning of the innings. Not to give away those easy singles. That's what releases the pressure. Shot once again, easily pushed away for a single.
Inosh Fernando pulled wicket to wicket in that first over, but the second one a bit too short, outside of the off stump. Tries to drive it away, but straight towards the fielder. So that's the end of the third over. New Zealand 7 for no loss. It's a third ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. You can catch the action live on www.thepapare.com and on the papare.com cricket Facebook page, and also on the papare.com YouTube channel as well, along with the Sri Lanka cricket YouTube channel and the Dialog TV channel number 126 and the Dialog View app. Susie Bates has faced just 6 deliveries so far. Shooting out, facing the majority of the deliveries in the first 3 overs. And you talked about his milestone. You talked about her milestone, Ranjika, playing 150 games. She's just the 5th women's cricketer to achieve that feat. A memorable one for her. She has been a loyal servant of New Zealand cricket for a very long time now.
We're looking for a big one today. Missed out in the first 2 matches. Dismissed after getting in the first game for 28 runs. But in the second game she was out for just 1. So she'll be keen to get herself in and go big today for sure. And with the caliber she has, I think she'll love the conditions here that is available for the batters. Perfect conditions to bat in a breezy morning here at Galle.
Good delivery once again from Udeshika Prabodhini. Udeshika Prabodhini, just like Susie Bates, an experienced campaigner, a career spanning for 14 years for Sri Lanka, made a debut in 2009. A tight start so far, 5 dot balls in the over. Will this be the first maiden? Yes, it is. The first maiden over of the game, bowled by Udeshika Prabodhini. The White Ferns, after 4 overs, 7 for no loss.
Aggression is what we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
New Zealand, they won the toss and decided to bat first in this series decider against Sri Lanka women. And at the moment, after 4 overs, the White Ferns are 7 for no loss. Some tight bowling from the two Sri Lankan bowlers, Inoshi Fernando and Udeshika Prabodhini. A low full toss there. Was down and gone, and that's a direct hit, and that's gone. The first wicket. Brilliant piece of work. I think that was Kavisha Dilhari. Yes, it was Kavisha Dilhari, one of the best fielders for Sri Lanka. And Bernardine Besudenhout has to depart for 4. The perfect start for Sri Lanka. They managed to drive the runs, and the New Zealand batters tried to go for the quick single, and Kavisha Dilhari hits bullseye. Brilliant throw.
Look at this. Quick to the ball, quick release, and bullseye. Way short of the crease. Ranma Martinez had no doubt whatsoever. Besudenhout has to walk back for 4. New Zealand lose their first wicket for 7 runs.
Amelia Kerr, the number 3 batter for New Zealand, scored a magnificent century in the second ODI. Here are his stats: 61 games, over 1,500 runs, average of over 40, strike rate just below 90, and a high score of 232. A great prospect for New Zealand. And although she's 22, she has played a lot of games, has a lot of experience. Straight towards the bowler, Susie Bates. Now Sri Lanka must make sure that they keep on this momentum without giving it away. Here's the replay. Very good from Inoshi Fernando, keeping it tight.
So far so good from the hosts. Drying out the runs, getting that, pricing out that wicket. Have to keep going. This time though, easy single milked by Bates.
And the White Ferns, Ranjika, I think, are following the same approach from the second ODI, being very watchful in the first 5 overs. But I think with the loss of that wicket, they'll have to be a bit more careful now, because another wicket here will put Sri Lanka in the driver's seat. 8 for the loss of 1 wicket after 4.4 overs. An economical start for Sri Lanka women. Here's Amelia Kerr, in great form, scored 40 in the first game, 100 in the second. Driven away. Will this be the first boundary? Yes, it is. Amelia Kerr straight away showing her intention here. A boundary of her very first delivery. She's a batter in form.
That's a confidence coming off from the century. Puts her foot down and drills it through the cover region. Stunning shot, stunning way to start your innings. Kerr off the mark with the boundary.
Defensive this time to end the 5th over. New Zealand 12 for 1.
The time has come once again for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
So the White Ferns are losing their first wicket in the previous over, thanks to a great direct hit from Kavisha Dilhari. Bernadine Besoud out departing for 4. Udeshika Prabodhini bowled the maiden over. 2 overs, none for 1 so far. If she can produce a wicket here, it will be great for Sri Lanka. Slightly short this time, and very well played away from Susie Bates. That's her first boundary after facing 14 deliveries.
Bates quick to identify the length, quickly shuffled across and guided that towards that vacant region. First boundary for her.
Susie Bates got into position very quickly to hammer it away. Is Prabodhini. Better this time from the left arm seamer for Sri Lanka. No, she doesn't have much pace, Ranshika, but what she has been good in is bowling with the correct lines and lengths. That has been her specialty so far in a 14-year-old career. Good once again from Prabodhini.
All she has to do is just keep it simple on and around that stumps up to the batsman. Here's a chance. This time though, misses the stumps, but I think Bates was well inside. Let's look at that one more time. This time, Kavisha had to run around it. And yes, she was well home in that occasion.
Yeah, that was very interesting because they took on the fielder who managed to get the direct hit right in the previous over. Very good bowling from Pradeshika Prabodhini.
Beauty, look at that. Just going away. This time she was sending it in right throughout her spell. But in that occasion, the ball seaming away. And Kerr outfoxed in that occasion. Brilliant over from Udeshika. That's the end of the 6th over. New Zealand 17 for 1.
New Zealand 17 for 1 after 6 overs. Important wicket by Sri Lanka in the previous over. Brilliant piece of fielding from Kavisha Dilhari. With that, there's a change in bowling. Oshadi Ranasinghe coming in from the city end. Very good morning to Gamini, who is next to me in the commentary box.
Good morning, ST. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, fairly good start for the Sri Lankan girls. Ranasinghe will have to be very, very careful. Millia Kerr, she's a very, very strong back foot player. So is Susie Bates, although Susie has not been at her best in this series. But this is what you have to worry at that sometimes, ST, when you're up against a quality batter like Susie, and you know that she's zeroing in for a very good performance, and you're only hoping that today is not going to be her day.
Yeah, she
Again,
hasn't got runs in the previous two games. Of course, Kerr and Sophie Devine cashed in the second ODI with centuries. Oshadi Ranasinghe's numbers 5 for 34, her best bowling figures, which she picked up against Bangladesh just a couple of games ago.
yeah, it'll be hard work for the spinners. I reckon there is slightly fracture more pace compared to the previous strip that we played on. That's the length she will have to operate. But that is a good ball. That is why I think that last game when Sophie and Milia were showing some sublime skills with the bat in hand, that when the Sri Lankans were on the spot, they didn't have the fielders to back those good balls. When the off spinner is bowling, I think short mid wicket is a bread and butter position really. And because they get onto the back foot so quickly, they are very quick to transfer their weight. That position becomes even more vital.
A lot tighter today, Sri Lanka, with their lines and lengths as well as the extras. We saw them concede plenty in that second game. Quick single once again on that occasion, just dropping it into that gap at mid wicket. 7 overs done, New Zealand 21 for 1.
15-year-old Kogo has beaten her idol. Just over her favorite.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Platforms to watch this: Dialog Television Channel 126, the Papare.com web and YouTube platforms. You can also download the Dialog View app as well as watch it on the Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube page. So if you've just caught us, you can watch the rest of the series on those platforms.
Yeah, it's a holiday in Sri Lanka, ST. So you can sit on your couch. You watch the men's team in action today, get few refreshments, and then sit on your couch and watch a good game of cricket. Our co-commentator Fabrice Maroof, he has done that yesterday. He was on the beach. He makes me jealous all the time when he turns up with these things that he does. Talking about Maroof, I'm trying to relate this to fast bowling. He might tell us, Chaminda Vas used to do this all the time. When there is a bit of more pace on the track, he used to rely on he changed the stock ball. He used to bowl the cutter as his stock ball and send the one that he normally does as his change up. I think Udeshika has been applying a very similar tactic today.
Yeah, she's bowled really well this morning. Not rewarded with a wicket yet.
There's that cutter again, ST.
Picked up the crucial wicket of Susie Bates in the previous game, just bringing the keeper up to the stumps, which I think was a crucial move as well. Didn't start that way, but once again Anushka Sanjeevani up to the stumps.
That's a really good tactic. As you can see from the bottom of the screen, a lot more dot balls in this New Zealand innings. Also, we are in the top piece still. But what the New Zealand batters are so good at, their efficiency. They know how to bat well in the middle of the innings. Again, the cutter, very good. Not only she's thinking ahead, but her execution has been very good. Very nice over. 4 overs for 6 runs for Udeshika. Terrific figures. 21 for 1 after 8.
Made over by Udeshika Prabodhini from the fourth end, so 21 for 1 after 8 New Zealand. Sri Lanka wouldn't want to sit on their heels. We did see Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine build in a very similar way in the previous game as well. Ended up with a 200 plus partnership for that third wicket. They want to keep picking up wickets. Wonder how long it's going to take before we see the likes of Inoka Ranavira in the attack, Sri Lanka's most attacking option in limited overs cricket.
Incidentally, ST Pranasinghe and Ranavira have been doing the bulk of the work of the Sri Lanka bowling attack, haven't they, over some years now? Along with Udeshika, she has been here in this team for donkeys. She's really, how old is she? She's 38 something, isn't she? So, she was playing till when she was 20 something. So, very nice of her to keep that level of fitness, and she'll be a very good competitor in this international level.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how well she's gone in the previous couple of games. If you're performing, it really shouldn't matter how old you are. If you can keep that fitness up, as you mentioned. And Prabodhini definitely has done that. Oshadi Ranasinghe and Inoka Ranavira also very, very experienced. It's good for the youngsters to have that kind of experience in the side, help them learn a bit.
Coming back to the field placings, I think Atapattu has realized that she needs to cover that area. There's a lot of real estate on that side towards mid-wicket. Now the fielder just behind the umpire has moved to straightish mid-wicket. Now the batters will have to rely on their wrist to get that gap between short leg and mid-wicket. There's a bit of risk involved in that. So that's a good move. Straight away goes for a flat bat shot.
Yeah, really positive move by Sri Lanka, I think, because we did see the New Zealanders getting plenty of singles in that area in the previous game as well. Saw what they were trying to do, both Kerr and Bates, just pushing it into that vacant mid-wicket area and getting the single. So just brought the fielder in.
Very lucky to get away with that one. Short. But a dot ball. After 9 overs, New Zealand 25 for 1.
These are the highest partnerships for any wicket for New Zealand in ODIs. Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine up to number 3 after that 229-run partnership for the third wicket in the previous game.
I'll tell you what, if you look at that graphic, if you're a Sri Lankan, you'll be worried. Highest one, Amelia is involved. Second one, Susie Bates is involved. Third one, Amelia is involved. Fourth one, Susie is involved. And the sixth one, Susie and Sophie is involved. So they are still there.
Yeah, definitely the key players for New Zealand, aren't they? Those top 3, Amelia Kerr, Susie Bates, Sophie Devine.
Oh, she's a terrific act. Class act, Amelia. She's got a bit of an X factor about her. I think ever since she was awarded a contract to play for the White Ferns at the age of 17, I think wasn't it? It was just onwards and upwards for her. And she's never looked back. Again, a cutter. She's not giving speed for these batters to work on. And also the keeper is up to the stumps. We haven't seen any of these batters looking to go up and over the infield yet.
Yeah, I think it's a patience game as well. We did see that in the second ODI. Just picking up the singles, keeping the strike rotating, and then they've got the power in that middle and low order to really go after the bowling in the latter half of the innings. So I don't think they'll be too worried. They'll want to see off Udeshika Prabodhini in this spell because she's bowled so well. From then on, after this over, they would expect Sri Lanka to put a couple of fielders back on the boundary, and then they will start trying to rotate the strike.
Appeal for a catch behind. There was some sort of a noise. But there was a lot of daylight between bat and ball then. I think the bat was hitting the ground ever so slightly. That's where the noise was.
Yeah, Sri Lanka didn't look too convinced either, did they?
These probing stuff from Udeshika. Terrific bowling. Just a single off the 5th over from her. End of the first power play. 10 overs gone, 26 for 1. So just the 2 boundaries in the first power play. I think Sri Lankans would have taken that at the start of the innings, because these white fern batters, they are very creative, proactive. ST, you were mentioning about how after the first play, how the Sri Lankans would react, but I think because of the nature of the way the batters are playing at the moment, you still have to have the attacking instincts in place and try and stop those ones inside the circle. Try and ask them to go over the top. So, like, what do we got? After, in the 11th, we've got 1 extra fielder, got to long off, and 6 inside the circle. So this is good captaincy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Atapattu has recognized that she needs to keep that pressure on, needs to make the scoring hard for these 2 batters. A wicket will come. The bowling has been really good, I should say. Sri Lanka was sloppy in the first 10 overs in the previous game, gave away plenty of extras, boundaries. Inoshi Fernando turning out to be a valuable addition to this side.
She was shaping up to play a reverse paddle, but it was shorter than she thought, so she had to stay upright and try and adjust it. Like we mentioned before, this pitch has a bit more speed than the previous one. So you need to transfer your weight from either side, either leg to the other in a very quick fashion. This time comes forward.
Yeah, speaking of pace, I think Inoshi Fernando also started off as more of a medium pacer and has switched to off spin. So she does generate a little bit of extra pace when compared to some of the other bowlers, other spinners in the Sri Lankan lineup.
And also looking at her release point, ST. She got her wrist pretty straight, so she's going to get more overspin than the side spin. So it's going to skid through. Good delivery, very well played, using the wrist, but straight to the field. Another good over for the Sri Lankans. 28 for 1 after 11.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
New Zealand just 2 fours in the first 11 overs of their innings after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. 28 for 1. Sri Lanka have been very good. 19 ones, 49 dots out of 66 deliveries. So it's been a good performance by the hosts. We've got a change of bowling from the fourth end. Inoka Ranavira back into the attack. Pardon, it's her first time bowling in this game. Brought into the attack just as the power play ends.
And also what I'm impressed with the Sri Lankan bowlers, that obviously David has spoken about it, and so is the white fern bowlers. Some of them struggled because of the wind last time around, didn't they? There's 28 kilometers per hour wind coming from Inoka's left to right. Very good delivery. Bit optimistic about the LBW shot though. Halfway down the track. But good bowling, well adjusted. She saw her coming.
Yeah, this is the experience that Inoka Ranavira offers. 69 games, 4 for 39 her best bowling figures. Economy of 4.39 will be valuable for Sri Lanka. If she doesn't go for too many runs, they can expect to put plenty of pressure on the White Ferns.
It's won all the series and it's an important decider this. Sri Lankans winning that rain shortened game first time around, and then what a comprehensive victory for the White Ferns that second game. And also, although White Ferns won it comfortably, ST, some of these players who are travelling in Sri Lanka for the first time, so adds a bit more merit onto their performance. Good delivery. Nice flight. Flight, spin and accuracy. The three attributes you need to be a classy spinner, and Inoka has been there for a while now for the Sri Lankans.
Extra fielder also brought into the ring for Amelia Kerr. They obviously realize how important her wicket is and how easily she got runs in the previous game. What a sweep by her. Finds the gap perfectly. Just the thing that the White Ferns would have wanted. Things were getting a bit tight. Few dot balls by the Sri Lankans. She cuts loose with that sweep.
Yeah, that's one of the rare loose balls from the Sri Lankan bowlers this morning from Inoka. Just a fraction down the leg side, and you give an inch to these classy batters like particularly Amelia Kerr. She puts it away nicely. What a perfect sweep shot that was. It just shows that she's in terrific form at the moment.
Five from that over from Inoka Ranavira. Not a bad start for the experienced campaigner. That's the end of the 12th over. New Zealand 33 for 1.
Reverse sweep from Bates straight to the third man fielder. The White Ferns getting a move on after a slow start in the first couple of overs, but since the arrival of Amelia Kerr, I think the scoreboard has been moving swiftly, with Susie Bates also getting a move on. Sri Lankans have to make sure that they do not let these two batters get in, because they can go big. Joining me at the comm box the first time in the morning is Farviz Maharuf. Good morning to you, Maharuf.
Morning, Ranjika. Good to be here. Decent start by Sri Lanka after losing the toss. Been asked to field first. 34 for 1. And the 13th over, I think Chamari Adapattu will take it. But with Susie Bates and Emily Kerr going very nicely, I think very important for Sri Lanka's perspective to try and negate this partnership and get the other batters to play with the spinners against. For the moment, I think these two batters are doing well for the White Ferns.
Wide delivery from Inoshi Fernando. The spinners doing the bulk of the bowling for the Sri Lankans as usual. Very proactive in the crease. Amelia Kerr coming off from a stunning century in the second game. 108 off just 106 deliveries for her. Missed out in that occasion, but that's the end of the 13th over. New Zealand 36 for 1. Ranavira will continue from the fourth end. Yet to see a turn of the pitch. If there is any turn on offer, I think Inoka will be the person to extract it from this pitch in this Sri Lankan side.
And also I think Chamari Athapattu is doing the right thing by attacking the two batters with only two fielders outside the ring. Deep square leg and sweep forward. The mid-off, mid-on up, asking the batters, giving them the invitation to come down the track and go aerial. It's very impressive by Chamari, who's identified that it's very important to get the main batters of White Ferns out as soon as possible. How you do it is to be attacking. And especially against the premier bowler, Inoka Ranavira.
Down the track she comes. Brilliant piece of fielding there. No run given. This is what you need. We had some brilliance early on. Get that first wicket. Koicha Dilhari gunning down the stumps. This time too preventing the single. Keeping Susie Bates on strike. That's a cross-barrel shot. This is what you need. But lucky Bates surviving that shot. Could have easily gone on to hit the stumps, but fortunately for her, it goes down the leg side and she gets 2 runs.
Itching for a while, isn't it? Both these batters have been tested by Chamari Athapattu's captaincy, and Susie Bates going across the line. And it's quite lucky, got that thick outside, thick inside edge. And Ranavira just keeping it really simple, wicket to wicket this time, beaten outside edge with some bounce. 14 gone, 39 for 1.
We spoke so much about Amelia Kerr in the earlier game. Stunning century for her. 108 off, just 106 deliveries. Totally took apart the spin bowling attack of Sri Lanka. That's the backbone of the Sri Lankan bowling attack. Took apart all the spinners right around the grounds, and Sri Lanka had no clue whatsoever to stop the onslaught from Kerr, who completely changed the game around and helped New Zealand New Zealand to register that big win.
More like Sivirinoka Ranavira. Even Inoshi Fernando has been trusted with only 3 fielders outside the circle. And the game plan is quite clear for Sri Lanka. Pick up wickets, pick up big wickets. The batters try and get them to go aerial, throw them a challenge. But when you play against players who are quite good, as you speak, long off comes into the circle, that makes only 2 outside the circle. It's all about being persistent, building those dot deliveries and get those false stroke, as we saw in the last over with Susie Bates trying to go across the line, getting the inside edge with 2 runs. I think Chamari Yathapasu has been really impressive with her captaincy, but it'll be tested. Pitch is really good, looks firm, looks a typical golf pitch. It's very good for batting. And I also feel in the afternoon it gets a round chance here, a direct hit. Yes, no, in the end, no damage done. I think in the afternoon it will get better. The game goes by.
Take a look at this mix-up. Bit of confusion between the 2 batters, but luckily the throw isn't accurate enough to create a chance in that occasion. Down the track she comes, and this time she gets enough bat to it to find the fence. Susie Bates clearing the infield and getting a boundary.
The challenge was thrown to Susie Bates and she accepts it. This time going over long on. Nice, she struck good head position going through the line. Didn't try to hit too hard. Was trying to get the placement right, and the timing was perfect. A couple of bounces for a boundary. And after that stroke, mid-on drops back to long on. Bait was thrown out to Bates, but she was good enough.
Both on the fence, mid-on and mid-off. Short delivery, gets away with it. Inoshi, end of a expensive over. Out 15, New Zealand 46 for 1.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This too will the English strike back.
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Ranavira will continue. Similar feel for her. Both mid-off, mid-on inside the circle. Only 2 fielders protecting the boundary line in either side of the wicket. Brilliant. Brilliant bowling from Inoka. She's mixing it up really well. Trying to outfox the batsman. This is a good challenge for these 2 classy batsmen, I think, Maha. And she's testing both the edges. Look at that. Going on with the arm. This time the bounce and the direction saving Amelia Kerr.
Bounce has been quite consistent in this pitch. I was out there for the toss. Just had a look at the pitch and I saw a good friend Garmin doing the pitch report as well. I just told him off air that I've covered so many test matches up in Galle. This pitch looks a belter. Definitely any batter would like to put their pads on, get out there and score much as possible. As I said, the game goes deeper. This pitch will only get better and better.
Chance there for Bates to beat that fine leg fielder, but she only managed to find her. Inoka needs support from the other end. She can't do it by herself. She's really drying out the runs from this end, but as we speak, tossed up delivery and is thrashed down the ground by Susie Bates. She's stepping on the gas now. A couple of boundaries in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, full of class, this stroke. It was full, mid-on was up. Only she had to get the placement and the timing right, and she did it perfectly all around the ground. And the field at mid-on had no chance. Any shackles was there built by the Sri Lankans. I'm pretty sure in the last 2 overs it would have been let off. A good crowd in here, especially being a Poya day. Pretty sure by the afternoon it will get filled up quite.
Extra bounce, finding the edge, but no chance whatsoever for the slip fielder.
It was a perfect left-armer's delivery for some drift, some bounce, some turn. And in the end, Susie Bates was quite lucky. That's the pace probably Koranavira should be aiming, and the length as well. It's not too full. The previous delivery, which was driven down the ground, was too full. That's much better, much better. Dot delivery in the 16th over. White Ferns 52 for 1.
Change of bowling. Was the runner Singer comes into the tank, replacing Inoshi Fernando. Bowl 2 overs from this end. Right arm off spin. Quick single. Once again a direct hit, but this time Bates well in.
Another direct hit from Cow Point. In the end, batters have, beg your pardon, have made it quite easily. I'm pretty sure our fielding coach of the Sri Lankan team, Carmen Mapatna, will be very happy with the effort being put in by these ladies. They've been quite impressive in the field with the energy level inside edge this time. And Amelia Kerr is a prize of going against the turn. The off spin of turning the ball back in. Try to go through the offside and pays the prize, and a big wicket for Sri Lanka.
Big error from Amelia Kerr. She went back expecting the ball to be shorter than she expected, but ultimately paying the price, and a massive wicket. Cannot put enough emphasis on how important this wicket is for Sri Lanka. Look at this, it was right up there, shouldn't have gone back. And she paid the price. The turn also going against her. And Kerr, centurion from the second game, she has to walk back. 19 runs for her. New Zealand 53 for 2. The captain comes to the crease. Sophie Devine, 136 matches for her. More than 3,000 runs under her belt, a best of 145. The two most experienced batters in the New Zealand side in the crease. While the White Ferns are in a spot of bother. The runs are dried out just when they were looking to up the ante. They've been hit with a big blow with the inform Amelia Kerr back in the hut.
Outside edge. Oh, just at the feeling Chamari Atapattu missed the plot there. New batter. All this time, most of the overs for the off spinner, there was a split fielder. And this occasion, there have been a straightforward chance. Massive moment of this game. You just mentioned about how important this partnership for New Zealand is. It's nicely bowled. Oh, what a chance. And still no slip fielder.
Unfortunate. This time, earlier, she found turn to get that wicket of Amelia Kerr, but the previous delivery, the ball went on with the arm. Now the slip fielder comes in. 2 balls too late, I believe. And a couple of changes in the field. Mid-off comes into the circle. Car point goes back.
A classic case of being reactive than proactive, isn't it? This is where the captaincy of Chamara will be tested as well. She knows this is the partnership. Two experienced campaigners who have been performing very well for New Zealand throughout many years at the crease. It's just about building that partnership and try to break it. 17 gone, 55 for 2.
15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol.
Ari has done it.
Incredible.
$50 up, 94 deliveries for New Zealand. Ranavira will continue from the 410. Slip in place for her. I think the pace is key bowling in a track like this, especially for a spinner. And I think from what we've seen so far, Ranavira has found the perfect pace to bowl.
Nice clipped away towards mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, I think the pace and the length, if it's too full, it's just a free hit. When you bowl at the right length, where it's a nowhere zone, the batter is not sure whether to go front foot for the back foot. This was Amelia Kerr's wicket, chopped onto the stumps, paying the price of going against the turn. And Rana Singh, Oshadi Rana Singh was quite thrilled. But I think in Oka, it's very important that Chamara Yatapattu uses her as a strike bowler. That's another delivery. The length I spoke about and the bounce and the slowness of the delivery as well. Just tempting the batsman to go fishing just outside the off stump.
Brilliant bowling from Inoka Ranavira. Just as we speak, commentator Skurs, I believe, wavered delivery to follow up, and she's punished by Sophie Devine. Gets her first boundary and a boundary to break the shackles.
More like a freebie, isn't it? Just outside the leg stump. The square leg was quite fine, I should say. But still managed to find that gap. Is that Sri Lanka cannot do for good players, not to give free runs and let them off the hook as soon as they come.
Very, very important phase in this game for both the sides, I believe. As I mentioned earlier, the two most experienced batters for the White Ferns against the main attacking bowler for the Sri Lanka. And so far, it's the New Zealanders who are winning. 18 gone, New Zealand 60 for 2.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Season 1 Danuma, Season 2 Charitavaliya, Season 3 Krida Viplava.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
New Zealand 60 for 2 after 18 overs. The 2 wickets fall. The opening batter, Bernardine Bezuidenhout, departing as the first wicket, courtesy of a brilliant direct hit from Kavisha Dilhari. A very accurate throw, opting to go for the quick single, but Bezuidenhout falling short of her crease. And the second wicket, the dangerous Amelia Kerr chopping in on. Also the Ranasinghe taking that wicket. New Zealand very watchful so far, 18 overs, 60 for 2. Bernardine Bezuidenhout scored only 4. Susie Bates on 29, Amelia Kerr made 19. And Sophie Devine on 6 at the moment. Susie Bates yet to make a significant score in this series so far. So let's see whether today is the day. And for Sri Lanka in bowling, Inosh Fernando brought in today. 6 overs done for 23. Udashika Pravoduni brilliant with the new ball. Bowled 2 maidens. 5 overs done for 7. Also the Ranasinghe, the only wicket taker so far, 1 for 11. And Inoko Ranavira, none for 19. And joining with me on commentary is Gamini Pereira. Gamini, a good start from Sri Lanka so far, but with Susie Bates and Sophie Devine on the crease, it won't be an easy task if they don't remove them quickly.
Yeah, good morning, Lakshaji. Good morning, everyone. I think Farviz Maroof in his previous stint mentioned how important to have that catcher behind, simply because there is a fraction more turn compared to the last wicket. So you got to have that fielder for the one that doesn't turn. This is a wicket that pretty much you can bring both edges into play, so that's why it's imperative to have that catcher. But you can make a case to most of the Sri Lankan bowlers today, Lakshaji. They've been pretty disciplined. They've come out with a plan. They've got the speed right, particularly the spinners, and I thought Udeshika bowled a terrific probing line and length. Didn't give nothing away really. There is that slip again. That's why. There is that turn. See? You mentioned about Susie Bates. That I'll tell you what, I'll be worried because Susie, she likes to set pretty high standards, and she hasn't got her things going her way in this series. And when you have a wounded tiger out there, and you know that she's going to pounce on one of these days, I think today might be the day.
Yeah, the Sri Lankan bowlers, they
Again,
need
well
to be
bowled.
careful. They need to be careful with Susie Bates. A big score is looming around, and today might be the day, as Gamini mentioned. Sophie Devine, they have a slip for Sophie Devine, but as soon as she came, she edged one, but there was no slip at that moment. So that was a golden opportunity for Sri Lanka because Sophie Devine is in very good form. Just destroyed the Sri Lankan bowlers completely in the second ODI. So as Faiz Maruf clearly mentioned, you need to be proactive when you bowl to a player like Sophie Devine.
You got to understand, you got to have the match awareness and the situational awareness. Now that's a very good example, that previous delivery. It's a very good ball, just prodded in front. Oh, got there, did the hard work, but just couldn't do the final touches. Single to finish. For Susie, 65 for 2. Yeah, what I was going to mention.
No, we mentioned earlier about this not having the slip, Gamini. This was the first opportunity that went in vain for Sri Lanka, and then this one. Both the times, no slip field available for the spinner.
Yeah, like I mentioned, that's a nice one. That suits the New Zealand colours. That must be a New Zealander. Black and white kite. I'll tell you what, you cannot find a better place than to send a kite than the goal fort. You don't need another hand to hold it. You just have to pull it from up the top. Do you have you flown kites or not, Lux?
I have.
You have? Okay.
And also when we see that kite, Gamini.
Yeah, your kites are pretty much green, don't they? They've got the Isipatana tag on.
Yeah, I see what you did there. And this is Kavishagal Dilhari, 13 matches, 7 wickets. Economy of 4.55, average of 51.57, best bowling of 2 for 34. And coming back to that kite, no, it might be an all-back support as well, with the Rugby World Cup coming up.
Coming back to these two batters. Incidentally, these two are not only for the New Zealanders, these two are two of the most experienced batters in women's cricket in modern day. Both are double internationals. Susie, of course, have represented New Zealand in basketball. She's been to Olympics as well. And Sophie, she has represented New Zealand hockey and cricket. So, very talented in whatever they do, and that's why it's important for the Sri Lankans that this is the partnership they need to break. They uses the crease, use the depth of the crease and played it after it spun.
This is the first time these two are batting together in this series, Gamini. So Sri Lanka, they should not let this partnership grow. If that happens, it's going to be very hard for the Sri Lankan bowlers to contain them, because Sophie Devine, we all know what she can do. We saw what she can do during the last game, and Susie Bates, an experienced campaigner, scored a lot of runs, just the 5th women's cricketer ever to play 150 ODI games, as I mentioned earlier. So Sri Lanka, they need to break this partnership as soon as possible. A good single taken.
What Atapattu has done, Laxisi, now she has got all 4 fielders that are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. 3 on the leg side, 1 on the off side. So there are enough gaps inside, in front of the on the off side and on side to pick up the easy singles, which you do not want to give. Like I mentioned, the experienced batters like this, you give them an inch and they get set and they know how to construct an innings. 20 overs gone, 69 for 2.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
New Zealand 69 for 2 after 20 overs. 70 dots in the first 20 overs, Gamini. 35 singles and just 3 doubles taken in the first 20 overs by the White Ferns. And for Inoka Ranavira, it's a change of ends. She bowled from the 4th end earlier. 4 overs, none for 19.
See, I don't think that's a bad move. The breeze is coming from that Samanala ground end towards the harbour. So basically, on your screen, it is from right to left. So for a left-arm orthodox spinner, you need to get that breeze actually coming towards it. It should be the other way around. I stay corrected. Where she bowled from the other end, she would have been able to get that drift towards the right-hander pads. There's enough drift still. Susie has moved to 35 or 56. A tentative innings from her.
And it won't be long before she starts to accelerate as well.
So far we've seen 6 boundaries, all 4s from the New Zealand batters. Shot finally comes into a straightish mid-wicket position.
Inoka Ranavira rolling to Sophie Devine. That's a shot down the leg side. And Sophie Devine doesn't miss out, hammers it away for a boundary. That was a poor delivery from Inoka Ranavira. You can't bowl that to Sophie Devine, who's in very good form.
Yeah, that was dragged back outside the leg stump. It's a freebie, really. There was no risk involved, and class of Sophie Devine is not going to miss out on a delivery like that. Correct it immediately. Pitching around middle stump. Sophie had to adjust her shot. It is a very important period for both sides. Wicket here will really set the cats among the pigeons, because Sri Lanka needs to get into that middle order as soon as possible. 21 gone, 75 for 2.
New Zealand 75 for 2 after 21. First wicket when the score was just 7, and then a 46-run stand for the second wicket until also the runner Singh removed Amelia Kerr. Kausha Dilari to continue. If you're just joining with us, the White Ferns they won the toss and decided to bat first in this series decider. You can catch the live action on www.thepapare.com. and on the Papare.com social media platforms, Dialog TV Channel number 126, Dialog View app, and also on a Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel. Skavisha Dilhari. Tucked away towards the leg side for a single.
Yeah, the solitary catcher that was behind the wicket on the offside has come to a short fine leg position. That's the entrance for the goal for. Oh, that spun and bounce. White Ferns also have few spinners in their ranks, and they must be licking their fingers and lips watching that delivery.
Nazin Kazan and Fran Jonas.
Very well bowled and very well played. Got right behind it. Played with dead weight. This is the beauty of these two batters. They possess a lot of firepower, but when you need it, they have this uncanny ability to play with soft hands. Have a look at this one. That was the one before that. Spun and bounce. It's right across the stumps and works it with the spin. Fumble will allow them to have another single. Sri Lankans will need to be on the ball here very easily. Two players can, like this, caliber of these two players can take the game away from you very quickly. They can turn this game on your head in no time. Those fumbles will not help.
Yes, they are just setting things up, and they scoring the singles, waiting for the correct moment to just unleash the power hitting game. The run rate is below 4 at the moment, but it will go over the 5-run mark very quickly if these two starts to fire. After 22, White Ferns 79 for 2.
15-year-old Kono has been her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Oshdi Ranasinghe back in the attack. 1 for 16 after 4 overs. And going back to the New Zealand spinners, as they have Eden Carson and Fran Jonas, and we can't forget Melia Kerr, the leg spinner. They have a very good variety when it comes to spin bowling. Oshdi Ranasinghe with a very good start to a new spell.
Good area there. That's what happens when the ball starts to spin. Couple of inches or 3. There's a bit of drift throw as well. You're not quite sure whether to play at those or not. And there was a slip in place, so that gives a bit more to think as a batter. Sometimes, Laxis, it's not how you play. The way you have set the field, it does work on the batter's mind, and good captains more often, and there you are. Oh, that shouldn't have been a single. This is where Sri Lankans have to be very careful of. And overthrow will give them an extra one. So the turnaround is 2 runs, where else Susie would have had to face a dot ball, and she would have been thinking what to do with the next delivery, because that ball spun. She adjusted well, all right, but short third man, Inoka Ranavira was having a nap.
Shot this time from Oshdi Ranasinghe. Takes an easy single as the score moves to 83 for the White Ferns. Susie Bates on 41. Getting very close to another half century. Gives it some air this time. Moshadi Ranasinghe drives it away for another single. These two getting the job done quite easily here.
A few mistakes starting to creep in towards the Sri Lankan side, particularly when it comes to fielding. You need to be agile and active, and that was too slow for her to come on the front foot. She transfer her weight onto the back foot. Very comfortable single to finish the 23rd over, 85 for 2.
Current run rate 3.7, but that will increase quite easily if these two stay out there in the middle for an extended period. Stop this time. Inokaranavira brought back from the fourth end, tried her out from the other end for an over. Didn't work out, so she has been brought back from the original end which she bowled. Ranavira, one of the most prolific bowlers for Sri Lanka during the last year or so. But this series she has struggled a bit even today, conceding runs at a rate around 5 when the run rate is 3.7. Another overthrow there.
Yeah, but I think the throw was ricocheted off Susie Bates, so that's why they decided against it. Devils number for 2 wickets down, 87. There you are. This is what exactly I was talking to you about. Good delivery, played with soft hands, and the single saving positions are not really anticipating. They're not watching the batter's hands.
And the fielders inside the circle, they need to be alert always on the quick singles. This time slightly short. It's away for a single.
And also what I've noticed, Lakshya, is that Athapattu is trying to use her bowlers in short spells without trying to give the batters the same hold. Partnerships 36 or 44. You didn't really feel it, really. These two are moving on nicely.
Well, that's the experience, isn't it? Using it to perfection. Sophie Devine and Susie Bates just milking the runs here. Big spare for a single this time. They have minimized the amount of dot balls. The final delivery of the 24th over coming up. Zino Koranavira to Sophie Devine. Short delivery. Doesn't get the connection which she was hoping for, and nonetheless gets the single. So end of the 24th over, the White Ferns 91 for 2.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
New Zealand 91 for 2 after 24 overs. Change of bowling for the Sri Lankans. Inoshi Fernando into the attack. This ball well so far opened the bowling alongside Udeshika Prabodhini. 6 overs for 23 runs. Entering dangerous territory for Sri Lanka. This pair looking dangerous. They are the most experienced pair in the New Zealand lineup. Do well to get a breakthrough here, and this is where Sri Lanka has struggled and did struggle in the second game as well, just to make that penetrative, get that breakthrough.
Best way to bring down the run rate would be taking up wickets. As you correctly said, these two batters are experienced, their numbers says it all. It's all about building those dot deliveries and minimizing the boundary deliveries for Sri Lanka. And damage control. The pitch is really good for batting. 1 or 2 balls did take some turn off the pitch, but more than that, I think the stands of fielding have been brilliant by the Sri Lankan team.
Yeah, massive improvement from the first couple of games. Saw a couple of opportunities go begging. This time the ground fielding has been really good. So far, no catches given, but the ground fielding has been really good. We saw a couple of direct hits as well. One to pick up the wicket of Bernardine Bezudenhout.
Nicely bowled. And a forward defence for a single towards Carpine by Sophie Bates. 25 gone, 9-6 for 2.
Sophie Devine scored 137 in the second ODI. Some fantastic knock by the New Zealand skipper. Started off slowly, but when she got going, she was able to clear the boundary with ease, particularly attacking that mid-wicket area. That partnership between her and Amelia Kerr was a record for the third wicket for New Zealand.
Some of those sixers would have easily cleared any ground in the world. Massive, and prefers the deep mid-wicket area. I think she's doing the right thing, giving herself some time and a chance to go after the Sri Lankan attack over again. And if Sri Lanka can manage to break this partnership and get in the deep middle order, I think that the toss, Chamriya puts a mention. Anything 275 is a good score to try and chase it down. To do that, I think skipper Sophie Devine's wicket will be very, very crucial.
Yeah, really important. I think if you look at the last game, after that record partnership between Devine and Kerr, New Zealand lost their last 5 wickets for just 43 runs. So they weren't able to kick on. They weren't able to maximize that start given by the pair. So Sri Lanka will know a wicket or two here could really give them a chance of even keeping New Zealand below that total of 250.
Oh, almost. Chamari Hathapattu had extra cover. Thought for a moment it did carry. Very impressive, Inoka Ranavira. She understands her 10 overs will be crucial for Sri Lanka's chances. Trying to pick up wickets so far in the 7th over, given away 31 runs. Have bowled some decent deliveries, but more often than not, the loose deliveries have gone for boundary. That's been the problem with Inoka today. And overall, I think, as we correctly said, both of us, fielding, I think, is top-notch. Just about keeping that pressure. Try and separate these two batters.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know why There was a switch of ends for Inoka Ranavira. Got her rhythm from the 410, then was moved to the city end. She's back at the 410 once again. Possibly something that Sri Lanka are looking at with the windy conditions here in the Galle International Stadium.
Yeah, correctly said, Estelle. I think that's the only reason I could think of. And Chamari Athapattu is trying to give her the best option to try and break this partnership. Sri Lanka's go-to bowler. They performed very well in her career. Nicely played towards long on for a single to end the 26. New Zealand 99 for 2.
15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol. Incredible.
New Zealand 99 for 2 after 26. Fall of wickets. Bernardine Bezudenhout fell at when the score was on 7. Run out by Kavisha Dilhari, who has the ball in hand now from the city end. Susie Bates nearing her 32nd ODI half century. Interesting how this innings is going, Maha. The previous game, New Zealand had crossed the 150 run mark by the 25th over. Different conditions on this track. Different performance. Sri Lanka also have been a lot tighter. Having said that, they bowl a wide. 3 extras for Sri Lanka, whereas had plenty in the previous game.
That brings up the 100 as well for New Zealand. Encouragingly, the first ball, it turned. And that will encourage young Kavisha Dilhari. Trying to bowl those off spinners coming back into the stumps. Again, that's a good bit of fielding. There was pressure was on, and the two batters were exchanging their first single as if they could go for the second one, but in the end, as you mentioned about the fielding, I think they've been superb, especially the ground fielding. As you correctly said, there was no high catches so far, but the energy levels, the ground fielding, I think the Sri Lankan team have been spot on so far.
Yeah, it's easy to let things drift away when a partnership is building, but Nilakshi De Silva on that occasion got to the ball quickly, released it quickly most importantly. So the White Ferns not risking that second.
Also, you made a good point about the last game. Close to 150 runs been scored at this occasion, but today, I think, been quite circumspect. And at the toss, the captain, Sophie Devine, did mention this pitch looks far better than the other two. And quite surprisingly, the run rate, though it's only 2 wickets fallen, is quite low. So maybe Sophie Devine is targeting the last 10 overs. And that's the only reason I could think of.
I think this is the type of pitch they probably expected coming into this series. Previous 2 games didn't offer any turn at all for the spinners, and that's one thing that both teams would have expected from this track. Here, we're seeing the odd one just spinning sharply, little bit of extra bounce here and there. So conditions a little tougher for the batter as well.
That's what happens when it comes to creating doubt. The partnership of 50 in 62 deliveries among the two batters, the experienced campaigners, Sophie Devine and Susie Bates, who have been performing for White Ferns for many long years. As long as spinners, as they turn one delivery, there's enough doubt on the batter's mind, and that will play havoc. So I think that's where Sri Lankans have done really well. They understood that not giving any easy runs could be the ways forward.
Susie Bates still searching for that run to go to her 32nd half century in women's ODIs. That's the end of the 27th over. New Zealand 103 for 2.
The partnership of 50 between the two experienced campaigners, Sophie Devine and Susie Bates. They're quite busy milking those singles, and whenever there is an invitation to play those big stroke, they have not been holding back. That was a good shot over long on. There was a loose delivery by Inoka. Some of the strokes, especially down the ground, being played by these two ladies have been really impressive. And they say they cannot value experience, and today I think so far in this game I think it has been quite shown with Chamari Atapattu's captaincy, as well as the partnership being built by Susie Bates, beg your pardon, and Sophie Devine.
Udeshika Prabodhini back into the attack after a superb spell to open things up. I think she's one of the biggest reasons why that run rate is sitting at 3.81. Ball in that power play from one end, just giving away 7 runs. Chamari Atapattu clearly identifying that Sri Lanka need a wicket right now. They need that breakthrough. They need to send one of these batters back into the pavilion if they want to keep the New Zealanders below that 250, 275 run mark.
I think she has clearly found out that best way to go forward is to not to give those easy singles. And Susie Bates brings up the half century in 75 deliveries. It's been quite slow, steady, but I'm pretty sure when the required rate needs to be given a bit of tap, she will lose a long handle. But for the moment, the experience counts again.
Yeah, 32nd ODI half century, so she's been around for ages. 12 centuries to her name. Missed out in the first 2 games on much better batting conditions, so she'll want to make the most of this start. As you mentioned, if she does bat long, we'll see some big hits from her.
I'm expecting some firework. Drove all the way from Colombo. Seen the highlights, the first 2 games, plenty of 4s and 6s. I've been quite disappointed so far. Just like to see some fireworks.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the pitch that was used the first 2 games definitely looked much better for batting. This one slightly quicker, but as you rightly said in the previous over, the moment one ball turns, it puts that little bit of doubt in the batter's mind, and I think that's playing a role in the cautious nature of the New Zealand innings, as well as the fact that, as I mentioned before, they did lose 5 wickets for 43 runs in the previous game, so there is that little bit of doubt of what that middle order can do. Dot ball to end the 28th over. New Zealand 108 for 2.
Susie Bates opened the batting, 51 of 77, played some great strokes. 32nd half century was brought up, and she was relying on timing and placement with the new ball in the power play. That was a rare positive stroke over long on. It's a beautiful stroke down the ground. Mid-on was up against Inoka Ranavira, and she's trying to bat through the overs, isn't it? Look at the game plan for the White Ferns would be Susie Bates to bat through and play the anchor role, and get skipper Sophie Devine to play the attacking role, which she did in the last game. And I think tactically, if White Ferns have got it spot on. For Sri Lanka, it's about building those dot deliveries, and hopefully looking at the field, they're just hoping one of these batters would do a mistake to get out.
Yeah, and credit to Sri Lanka as well. They have bowled a lot tighter today. The lengths have been good, the lines have been good. Hasn't allowed the White Ferns to really cut loose. In the previous game, saw plenty of loose deliveries, but looking through the highlights of Bates' innings, as well as the innings highlights so far, very, very few loose deliveries. Just a couple of deliveries down the leg side where the batters were able to get the ball through fine leg. But other than that, bowling has been really tight.
Innovation. This time a reverse sweep. This is what
the White Ferns need, isn't it? Getting a bat behind the unit run rate, beg your pardon, the run rate at the moment just under 4 runs. I feel, though the 1 or 2 balls did say take some turn, this pitch looks really good for batting. And if Chamari Adapattu gets going, it could be over in no time. A minimum of 250 is needed, and to do that and to get it, I think these 2 batters will play a big role going forward.
Again, same shot this time. It looks like the ball will trickle over. No, stopped just inside by Inoka Ranavira, but they pick up 3 runs. That's good running by the White Ferns.
Inoka Ranavira from short third man had to make 2 sprints in 2 deliveries. And this one nicely played by Susie Bates. There's a huge gap between the cow point and the wicket keeper. Found that. And all credit to Inoka Ranavira as well. She never let it go. And in the end, saving 1 run for Sri Lanka. Brilliant.
This is where Sri Lanka had an issue in the second game as well, just allowing the batters to take the ball over, take the scorecard over, keep the runs coming. Want to tighten things up a little bit, maybe bring that extra fielder in.
To be honest, I don't think at the moment Sri Lanka did it when the new batter Sophia Divine came into the crease. But at the moment, I think it's about damage control now. Not trying to be too attacking, covering the areas where the 2 batters are quite strong, which is a leg side, 3 fielders saving the boundary. I think it's all about damage control now. Singles are fine as long as the boundary reverse minimizes. 29 gone, 116 for 2.
Season 1, Danuma. Season 2, Charita Veliya. Season 3, Krida Viplava.
Partnership of 63 between this pair, Sophie Divine and Susie Bates. It's the first time they've batted together on this tour. Susie Bates going to her 32nd half century a couple of overs ago. Sophie Divine in her 30s. Partnership looking good. Udeshika Prabodhini will continue from the 4th end, just 12 runs off her 6 overs. But most importantly, that wickets column is still at 0.
A rare loose delivery by Udeshika Prabodhini. But in the end, at least a bit of feeling at short fine leg of the clear boundary written all over it.
A couple of chances going through slip. Little bit of turn for the off spinner Kavisha Dilhari. Bates utilizing that and seeing a vacant space there to get 5 in the last over through that area.
Udeshika has been quite impressive, isn't it? Bowling a 7th over, 14 runs just given away. Just bowling to her strengths. She doesn't have much pace. What she relies on is good lengths and lines and variations. At the moment with the older ball, she's just bowling those cutters into the pitch. With the new ball, she's trying to swing it back into the right-handed batters. A perfect example of knowing your strengths and sticking to it rather than trying to be over smart.
Another lap sweep, this time by Susie Bates. Saw that fielder moving from fine leg to a short third. Decided to take the risk. Not able to get a boundary, but it's good thinking from the New Zealand opener.
There's a big gap at short fine leg. That's why I think Susie Bates was premeditated to go this aerial route. Chamari Adapattu will be thinking of a short fine leg, but not for the moment. And don't be surprised if Susie Bates tries another one.
They won't be too disappointed with her taking that risk, seeing as Udeshika Prabodhini is looking to take the ball away from the right-hander. Just want her to play against that. Straight down the ground. Just a single. Again, good bowling by Udeshika Prabodhini. Just keeping it stump to stump, as you said. Bowling to her strengths.
As the wicketkeeper screams, Adwada Thianda. It's been so far brilliant by the Sri Lankans. Long on for a single. To end the 30th over, New Zealand 122 for 2.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
After 30 overs, New Zealand 122 for 2. Kausha Dilhari continues in a 5th over. Some concern around the ground as the cloud nears Gamini joining me at the comm box. Good morning to you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello Ranjika. Yeah, we've got some rain in the horizon now, and uses her feet. Very good piece of fielding. Saved 3 runs for her team. That was brilliant. It was travelling. Certainly from the first and the second games, the ground fielding has improved. Oh, there was an opportunity. Half a chance. Kavisha is one of the better fielders in the Sri Lankan lineup, Ranjika.
Look at this tough chance for sure. He got her hand to it earlier. Pulled off a stunning run out. Kavisha live wire in the field. One of the best upcoming women's cricketers in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, slowly but steadily these two batters are starting to take control of this game. Right throughout these innings, the run rate has been under 4 runs, but the last 5 minutes or so that has gone above 4. Yeah, I think one thing they'll be worried about is the weather, like you mentioned, and I think Sri Lankans wouldn't mind a shortened game. They'll give themselves an equal shot at having a result against these very strong white ferns if the game is shortened. Well, there you are. That's another terrific delivery, but the presence of mind of these two very experienced New Zealand batters get them another single. 127 for 2 after 31. There you go, Ranjika. You spoke too soon. There's a light drizzle, and the ground staff are approaching from both sides. Let's hope this is a passing one. Still a very strong breeze coming from that Samanala ground and towards the harbour, but it's coming down, I'll tell you right now.
It was expected, it was predicted, the rain in this part of the country, the south coast, and unfortunate scenes. I think it was all set for a thrilling game today, the decider, but unfortunately rain intervening. Hopefully, like you mentioned, Garmin, it's a passing cloud. The wind is really strong. I mean, the ground staff is struggling to handle the covers. Look at that.
Well, I'll feel for the ground staff as well as I feel for those kites upstairs. Let you say, Mayday, Mayday. It might come down very quickly. It's raining pretty hard now, isn't it?
So far, taking a look at the New Zealand innings, first wicket was the wicket-keeper batter, dismissed for 4 runs. Then Amelia Kerr came in, played some wonderful strokes, but she made a mistake of going back to a ball that she should have played in front, clean bowled by Oshadi. But these two most experienced two batters of the White Ferns, Susie Bates and Sophie Devine, are currently in an unbeaten stand. Susie unbeaten on 63 and skipper Devine unbeaten on 38. And then 27 for 2 after 31 overs. Perfect foundation to go for a big score in this third ODI.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate to have a look at that card, that we were in for a real classic. Sri Lankan bowlers, I thought they were very disciplined. Udeshika bowled a terrific first spells. Her overall figures, 2 maidens, 18 runs for no wicket, but also they picked up a wicket. She was pretty good as well. Some of the spinners got some bite off the surface. That's why the figures are pretty much decent for pretty much every bowler. And one other important fact this Sri Lankan bowling innings, Ranjika, is that extras, just the 3 wides after 31 overs, because that was a concern in the first 2 games for not only for Sri Lanka, even for the White Ferns for that matter. Struggle to deal with the wind, but it has been a pretty disciplined effort and a very decent batting effort by these 2 batters.
Taking a look at the highlights so far, here's the stunning run out. Bernadine Bazoon, the hook. Kavisha Dilhari taking down the stumps. Bullseye from her. Then Amelia Kerr came in, scored, started off her innings with a stunning boundary. She kept going. She was looking very dangerous. It was ominous signs for Sri Lanka as Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr built up the partnership. But this happened. Chopped it on. Amelia Kerr. It was a big break for Sri Lanka. They would have loved to have taken another wicket or so, but the 2 most experienced batters for New Zealand, Susie Bates and Sophie Devine, dominated from the word go, and they are still unbeaten. 127 for 2. The White Ferns winning the toss and batting first.
So the first ODI, a rain-shortened game as well. Sri Lanka won by 9 wickets thanks to a very productive partnership at the top of the innings. And in the second ODI, New Zealand won by 111 runs, again thanks to a brilliant partnership between Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr. Decided today is evenly poised at the moment. Unfortunately, the weather gods have decided to interrupt us. Let's hope that it's going to clear very quickly and we will see some cricket. And we are going to have a short break.
Until we hear a new update with the weather, we'll go to a commercial break, hoping for a better conditions here at the Galle Stadium. Stay tuned to www.thepapare.com, your number one sports hub.
No timing. 11.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come once again for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. 15-year-old Kono has been her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on. 15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. In my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. 15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol.
Papare has done it.
Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. 15-year-old Kogo has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. 15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, constantly born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on. 15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. In my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on. 15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol. When the storm in my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, understand we born from the flames that rise up. 15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, constantly born from the flames that rise up. 15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Papare has done it.
Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, constantly born from the flames that rise up. 15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Papare has done it.
Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. 15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible. Embracing new dawn.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live action from the Galle International Cricket Stadium. This is the first ODI.
The home team captain Chamari will now spin the coin.
Heads is the call. Heads it is.
Heads is the call and New Zealand have won the toss. Sophie, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat first today.
So this is the New Zealand playing 11. We have Bernardine and Susie Bates to open the batting. Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, and the Sri Lankan playing 11. Chamari Athapattu, Vishmi Gunaratna, the youngster, Harshita Samaravikrama, the exciting talent, Nilakshi De Silva, Lanka, the left arm medium pacer to open the bowling. Outside the off stump, the first delivery. They take the quick single to open the scoring for the Whitefords. 3 games. And here's Udeshika, runs in once again. Finds the outside edge, and it will run away to the boundary, the first boundary of this series.
Their skillful display.
And that's a reverse sweep from Bernardine. And most of the time they are very well supported by Chamari Athapattu. And that's the first wicket for Sugandhika Kumari. Manages to bring the breakthrough for Sri Lanka. Here's the replay once again. Tried to stroke it away towards the leg side, but only managed to get an outside edge. That went straight up in the air and straight towards the bowler, Sugandhika Kumari. Yes, it will be interesting to see when Chamari Athapattu introduces Inoko Ranavira. This time, Amelia Kerr.
They were going to have their spinners in operation. That for sure. That's in the gap. First time Susie Bates were able to brilliantly played. The two fielders, mid wicket and deep square, Galle say mid on.
Absolutely right, Gamini. Go straight behind the bowler.
Just to support women's cricket in general. Beautifully played from Susie Bates. We'll come back to that. That's it. Kavisha Dilhari breaks the partnership. End of Susie Bates. Departs for 28.
It's a disappointing end, but the Whiteferns now halfway through their innings, as you were saying, plenty of wickets.
As well. the end of
Made room for herself. That's what she's capable of, Estelle. Oh, that's huge. Bowling figures. Come on, Maput. Oh, that was unlucky, but it can come in any way. Maddie Green.
You feel? Ranavira did well to get her hands on it. Divine just backing up a little bit too far and she's caught short of her crease. Very, very unlucky dismissal for the White Ferns.
Down the track and a long way out.
Pradesh where 2 games were washed out.
Putting the bowler under pressure. Oh, it's downhill. That was well played.
To use the sweep. Yes, Udeshika Prabodhini. This time swept away by Maddie Green, and that will be another boundary. A lot of trouble as a batter. Emilia Kerr scored 40, and that's brilliant from Georgia Plymouth. Goes down the ground. Yes, Ranavira. Georgia Plymouth uses her feet brilliantly, and also they have put Ranavira under a lot of pressure. That's been the characteristic. And then once again, this time Maddie Green goes for the river sweep, and it will
have an equal shot at this. Probably they'll have to come up with their very best batting performance. Well, where did that miss?
They try to get back for 2, and that will be the 5th wicket. Plymouth unable to get back on time.
But Plymouth did the correct thing, sacrificing. Dilhari is one of these fielders from Sri Lankan side who's got a strong arm. So it was a danger.
In fact, she is the only left-hander in the whole White Ferns squad. And here's Halliday. Strokes it down the ground. Tries to get back for 2, but unable to do so. So only a single, a brilliant final over from Udeshika Prabodhini. New Zealand, they end on 170 for the loss of 5 wickets in their 28 overs. Maddie Green with a brilliant 38 from 31 deliveries to give them a good finish. It's the batting card for New Zealand. The openers managed to get a slightly good opening partnership. Sugandhika Kumari taking that first wicket of Bernardine Besudinhood.
Chamari Atapattu used 5 bowlers. Udeshika started the innings. Oshadi with the right arm off spin. Sugandhika left arm.
Slip and a gully in place. Straight away runs for Chamari Atapattu. She'll get a couple of runs.
Born in Gokarela in the northwestern province. Yes, that's what she was waiting for.
That's the first boundary for Chamari Atapattu.
Into the gap. Go fetch it. That's Chamari Atapattu for the second time into the cover region. Liamari Tahuhu. Brilliantly played once again. Pure timing and the placement. Yes.
Wonderful stroke. That's the first maximum for Chamari Atapattu.
That's poor bowling.
She takes on the young teenager. That's another boundary.
A run rate of 6. Down the leg side. And that's flicked away by Chamari Atapattu, and that will bring up the 50 partnership for the first wicket as well. That's the end of the 8th over. Sri Lanka 51 for the loss of no wicket. Goes down the ground, Chamari Atapattu, and that will be a boundary. Very well executed from the Sri Lankan skipper.
Tossed up over extra cover. 1-2 bounces into the fence. I've been joined by Michael Appleton, High Commissioner of New Zealand for Sri Lanka. Michael, these openers from Sri Lanka, they've come out with a bit of fire in their belly, haven't they?
Bowlers to be bowling with control, and that's what we have to see whether that's possible.
A bit of swing, brilliantly played by Atapattu. She loves that area. Decent figures, 3 overs, 12 runs. Oh, there she goes. Gets under that one. That has gone and gone and gone. Just a one this time, and that will take Sri Lanka to triple figures. 100 for no loss.
Actually, more people should come and watch this cricket. Oh, that's well played. Beautifully played. Long chase. All in vain. Couldn't field it cleanly. Hidden Carson. Beautifully played by Vishmi Gunaratne. It's downhill. 4. Oh yes. Dropped it short. It's massive. The 3rd maximum for the Sri Lanka women's captain. Set to her career. Oh yes, over the top, beautiful shot, chip shot.
We look thinking the same. Oh, that's been hit powerfully. I think Eden was lucky not to get a hand to that one. Bounce. That's been hit, going and gone.
Indeed, Gamini. These two batters, they have looked really good, and that's a 50 for the youngster Vishmi Gunaratne.
Yeah, I think she has been going under the radar because the skipper is going at haywire here, but that is as good as an innings you will see from a 17-year-old Vishmi Gunaratne. Take about her maiden 50.
Yes, Vishmi, and this is Vishmi Gunaratne. Will this be taken? Yes, it is. Unfortunately, Vishmi Gunaratne departs.
Her preferred method was to go along the ground, but this time she scooped it. We have not seen the fielder down there. That's a good catch. Not the easiest time to take a high catch this time of the evening.
Supporting a skipper. Yes, Sophie Devine goes for the quick single. And that will be the century for the Sri Lankan skipper, Chamari Atapattu. A century of 79 deliveries. Look at the celebration from her dugout. From registering this win. Goes down the ground, Chamari Atapattu. And that will be a maximum. The scores are leveled. With 7 deliveries to go with that 6. Chamari Atapattu 107. Fran Jonas to bowl the final delivery of the penultimate over. That's driven away, and that is the first ever win for Sri Lanka against the White Ferns in the ODI format. A brilliant win for Sri Lanka women led by their skipper, who led the charge with an unbeaten 108 and well supported by the youngster, the 17-year-old Vishmi Gunaratne.
Chamari Atapattu 111 of 83 deliveries. Won by 9 wickets. One more run added, Laksisi, because there was a stoppage in the middle of the innings, and that's why there was a revised target. The game was running away from them, but they still moving swiftly, and there you are, skipper. Thanks to you, we'll remember this day.
The 27th of June 2023. The Sri Lankan
Chamari
batting card.
Atapattu, 111 of 83. That is one of those innings that you'll ever see. 50 of 74 for Vishmi Gunaratne, not too shabby at all. Don't forget that. her hand allowed Chamari Atapattu to continue the way she did. New Zealand tried everything. 7 bowlers were used. Hannah and Susie, 1 over each. But most of the bowlers created some chances, but fielders didn't back them really. Sophie.
So here's the match summary. New Zealand, they won the toss and decided to bat first. And this was a rain-affected game, so the game had only 28 overs per side. New Zealand in their 28 overs made 170 after losing 5 wickets. Amelia Kerr top scored with 40. And this is something we mentioned so many times from the beginning of this game. And finally, Sri Lanka have managed to beat the White Ferns in an ODI.
We are all set for the post-match presentation of this first ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. Sri Lanka recorded a historic 9-wicket win here in Galle. I have the consultant for women's cricket development and operations for Sri Lanka cricket, Mr. Manuja Karyaperuma, to give away the Player of the Match award for her brilliant 108 not out, Chamari Atapattu, Sri Lanka captain. Chamari, we would like to know how you feel right now. After that knock, how do you feel as the captain and as a batter who got a brilliant century?
I'm feeling good and I'm really happy about my performance and my team performance. Especially I can mention Vishmi Gunaratna, she's batting really good. We built good partnership and our bowling department they're doing their best today. So I'm really happy about my team performance.
Season 1, Danuma. Season 2, Charitavaliya. Season 3, Krida Viplava.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
The ABR Pay News Cup Sri Lanka versus India Women's ODI Series.
Heads. Congratulations, Chamari. You won the toss. What are you going to do?
I just bat my batting lineup because we have good batting lineup. So yeah, I'm stick with our plan. So we decide bat first.
It's a good toss to win, I believe, for Chamari Athapaththu. Just one important change to the Sri Lankan 11 that played that final T20. Rashmi De Silva making her debut for Sri Lanka here. For India, Meghna Singh, Harleen Deol and Rajeshwari Gaikwad coming in. Simran Bahadur, Sabineni Meghana and Radha Yadav missing out from that last T20 in Dambulla.
And that's in the gap. The outfield is relatively fast here, and that's the first boundary just in the second delivery of the match for Hasini Pereira. And that's powerfully driven by Hasini Pereira, and that's the second boundary of the first over. Taking her time here. And that's the first wicket. The skipper Chamari Athapaththu departs for two. A big wicket for India.
Just a slight edge, easily grabbed by Yastika Bhatia behind the stumps.
In the second and 80 in the third match, and that's driven away by Hasini Pereira once again, and this is her third boundary.
Thakur and Meghna Singh have bowled really well to kick things off for India.
Hasini Pereira finds the gap once again, and that will be her fourth boundary.
Is that a concern for her? Well struck. Wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. That's the fifth boundary for the left-hander.
That's a catch and taken.
This is exactly what I said. That pressure was building on her.
He was very eager to get off the mark. Got too close to that, didn't have the elevation. Catch it was the call. And Vastraka mid-off obliged. Yeah, the mid-wicket fielder actually came across to extra cover catching position. Well, that's a slash. Got a good piece of that. It's running down to deep third man, and it's a teaser. Nah, fielder is not going to get that. He's holding the bat from the middle of the handle. That's a good shot. That's a magnificent shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Enough timing on it, and that's another teaser.
There you go. There you go, that's close, but probably turned in too much. But umpire Rambukwala took his time, waited on it, and decided to raise. Was batting so well, but like I just mentioned a couple of deliveries ago, they got their speeds right. They got their lens right, and you had to pick the right ball to sweep. She missed that one. Was hit in.
A lot of overs here and has been very effective on these tracks.
There's a chance. And taken comfortably. Dilhari just looking to close the bat face a bit too early.
Yeah, that's a really soft dismissal from Dilhari. She'll be disappointed with that. Just try to work the ball onto the leg side, but gets it.
That part of the Indian playing 11. Bottom edge. That will run down to the deep third man. That's picked up nicely. Got a good piece of that. Improves the balance. That's been edged. And fielder at deep third man. See a lot of sideways turn. Oh, that didn't get up. That did not get up. This is why I tell you, you cannot be complacent on a track like this. Stay down a fraction. Well, plumb in front. That's plumb as you can get. Good.
The rotation of her strike is very, very important. Good looking shot. Will get one. Will they come back for two? Oh, they'll get a boundary, in fact. Oh, it was in the air, but she got it into the gap. That's a good shot.
You got to feel for the wicket keepers on a wicket like this. That's well bowled. There was a sound and given. Bottom edge, I reckon. Yeah, Anushka Sanjeevani will be disappointed with that. Did the hard yards. Certainly there was a bottom edge. That's good catch. Like I mentioned just a moment ago, it's not the easiest of tracks to keep wickets.
Yes, a full house capacity. Oh, that's close. That's close. Walking across the stumps. That's close. I thought that was very, very close. That was also a slow delivery. Nilakshi De Silva was walking across the stumps, trying to work it on the onside. I thought that was a very, very close one indeed.
Again to leg cutter. Yeah, she was right across the stumps, wasn't she? Yeah, that would definitely hit the leg stump. I mean, definitely the umpire.
Renuka Thakur continues. It's a thick edge through the gap between keeper and first slip.
The 25 runs could make a big difference. Right through her. Absolutely right through her. Very well bowled. Took the pace off on line.
Thakur. Also, the runners are playing all around that.
See, the head dropped.
Signal out.
Lyndon Hannibal will have to decide.
The umpire director, we have umpire referral for a fair catch. Okay, it's a fair delivery. Okay, it appears to have carried. Can you show me another angle just to make sure whether the ball is clearly carried? I want to see the catch. Yes. Yes, clearly the ball has carried and the fingers are under the ball, and goes on the lights, please.
It's bowled well today.
That's Curtains going for that expensive sweep. Didn't work out. She just managed to play straight. It would have been a different option, but she tried to play it square. Well bowled, well flighted.
Yeah, that's brilliantly bowled once again. As mentioned, Deepti Sharma has bowled so well.
The Sri Lanka ladies won the toss and Chamari decided to bat. It was important that she had a good long stay out in the middle, but that wasn't the case.
Good overall performance with the ball from India. Renuka Thakur career best figures of 3 for 29.
Straight away, good looking shot. Will pick up a couple of runs. Well, she gets it through. Strong offside field in the 30-yard circle. But Mandana was good enough. Oh, that's well bowled. That didn't turn. Mandana was looking to play off the back foot. She was looking for turn, but this went through straight with the arm here for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, nicely bowled by Oshadi Ranasinghe. Just goes straight on with the arm. No spin at all on that occasion.
That's not a good delivery though. Outside the leg stump and easily put away. That's bread and butter for Verma. There you go, there you go. I just said so. With Bharti on strike, something is going to happen. She was looking very tentative, not confident out there. 17 for 2.
That one just spun a little, didn't it? Unlike Mandana's dismissal where we...
The coaches, the captains, the analysts, that's it. That's the vacant mid-wicket area. That's gone all the way. The first maximum of this game.
And that's the third wicket for Sri Lanka. Inoka Ranavira completely foxes Shafari Verma, who tries to go down the ground.
Goes for a big one. Inoka Ranavira just able to spin that one outside the edge. Anushka Sanjeevani does the rest.
Will stay out in the middle.
Yes, good looking shot. That one beautifully played. Take it down to the boundary for 4 runs. Good use of her feet.
Tossing the ball in the air. Poor delivery. Down leg side, full toss. The right treatment. Exactly what I mentioned. The sat back and relatively comfortable shot.
Alongside me, Yami Pera. Yami, a very good reply by India so far.
Very good reply and very well played by Harmanpreet. She has been the difference.
And whenever there was a loose delivery, she made sure to pounce on it and score a boundary as well.
That's well placed too. With minimum effort. 1 for 28. Oh, that's close. That is close. That is close enough, according to Rambukwella, the umpire. Harmanpreet with just a fraction early on a sweep shot. The hard yards, it was all downhill from her. Yeah, maybe the impact. But Rambukwella thought, there you are. She did hang on the back foot, whether it's pitched in line or the stumps was a question, but Rambukwella thought that pitched in line. So 2 wickets. That was good bowling. That's what you call being smart. Yeah, that pitched in line. I certainly have been umpires called pitched in line and had a long look again. Rambukwella, that's great cricket.
And that looks like out. Yes, that's the 6th wicket for Sri Lanka. A great take by the wicket keeper Anushka Sanjeevani.
Wicket keeper Anushka Sanjeevani says, well done, Rane. Well, she's in the middle of a very good run. There's no doubt about that.
Well struck. Beautifully struck. That effectively seals everything. Oh yes. That was even bigger. Finishing off in style, Pooja Vastraka. Tremendous contribution by her.
This 3-match series by winning the first one. It wasn't a bad total to chase. 171. Verma was good.
For Sri Lanka, it was all about the spinners. Oshadi Ranasinghe, Inoka Ranavira doing majority of that damage. Recap of the game. Sri Lanka, of course, winning the toss and opting to bat first on this track in Galle. 171 is all they could manage.
Fearless, I'ma stand reborn from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Koku has beaten her idol.
In my mind,
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, constantly born from the flames that rise up.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it. Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
In my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
In my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol.
In my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I must stand reborn from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it. Incredible. Embracing new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
In my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
embracing new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
In my mind, I'm
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honest and reborn from the flames that rise up.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Galle International Cricket Stadium. You're joining me with the live pictures from the third ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. We had the start earlier in the day, but due to the rain interruption, the game had to be stopped. And at the moment, the skies have cleared up and the ground staff are busy with their work trying to make sure the ground is back on track so that we can resume the game.
Indeed, some good news for our viewers as clouds have cleared up and slight sunshine also on the grounds, and on your screen you can see covers coming off, but still no official news from the umpires. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at what has happened so far. New Zealand win the toss and opting to bat first. Currently 127 for 2 with Susie Bates unbeaten on 63 and skipper Sophie Devine unbeaten on 38. The two most experienced batters for New Zealand currently on the crease and looking good for New Zealand so far, but things will definitely change after or if play resume, because a lot of time has been lost. So Duckworth Lewis method will come into play. Yet to receive official information, but currently this is how it stands. 127 for 2, New Zealand after winning the toss and batting first.
When it comes to the bowling, Sri Lanka were very disciplined with the lines and lengths early in the day. Inoshi Fernando bowled 7 overs, gave away 28 runs. Udeshika Prabodhini was really good with the new ball, bowled 7 overs and gave away 18 runs, bowled 2 maidens as well. Oshadi Ranasinghe, the only wicket taker of the day for Sri Lanka, 5 overs, 1 for 22. Inoka Ranavira, none for 34. Kavisha Dilhari, none for 25. A partnership of 46 for the second wicket, and right now a partnership of 74 for the third wicket between the two experienced campaigners, Susie Bates and Sophie Devine for the White Ferns.
Taking a look at what happened early on. The rain started falling down. There was a really strong breeze also that made life difficult for the ground staff to put the covers on the ground and cover the area. So there are some wet spots lying around the grounds, which will take some time to clear off. So we are not yet anywhere close to resumption of play. We'll have to wait and see what the umpire says of the situation. They'll have a walk around once all the covers are taken off the ground, the playing area rather. So until that, we cannot give a time as to when the match will restart. As you can see, a lot of water on the ground, on the covers rather. So it takes a lot of time, and it's an art basically. We were talking about it, how they very carefully make sure that the water on the covers doesn't go to the playing area. So kudos to the ground staff for minimizing the damage and doing a great job here at the Galle International Stadium.
And some of those wet spots, Ranjika, those were the same spots that delayed the game during the first ODI. We had a rain interrupted game to begin the series as well. It was reduced to 28 overs. The ground staff did an amazing job during that game as well. So hopefully all their hard work won't go in vain, and we will get to see some action today. White Ferns 127 for 2 Ranjika, and Susie Bates, who was actually searching for runs in this tour, managed to score a valuable half century, which has laid the foundation now if they bat again to give them a good score.
Took her time. The experienced batter playing her 150th ODI game for the White Ferns. Once he got herself in, she was able to maneuver the field, find those spots, and get a couple of boundaries away while rotating the strike with skipper Sophie Devine. Vital knock for her, like you mentioned, could not contribute in a big way in the previous 2 games, but she has come here with purpose and got a good start for the White Ferns.
Sri Lanka, on the other hand, managed to take the first wicket inside the first 5 overs, mainly thanks to that direct hit from Kavisha Dilhari. Kavisha Dilhari shined a lot as a field during this series. Here's a replay of that first wicket. Kavisha Dilhari, Bernadine Besuden out short of her crease. A great direct hit from Dilhari to take that first wicket. It was not a successful series when we compared with the other top 4 batters of the team for Bernadine Besuden out. And then Oshadi Ranasinghe removed the very dangerous Amelia Kerr, tried to cut it away and just chopped it onto the stumps. Amelia Kerr. So only 2 wickets to fall today. White Ferns 127 for 2 at the moment, and Sri Lanka actually missed some chances as well, Ranjika. I mean, not dropped chances, but especially when it comes to the field placements. Sophie Devine edged one straight away on her very first delivery, but the slips were not there. We talked about that earlier as well.
Yes, indeed. Overall, I think Chamari Atapattu did a good job in attacking the batsmen, the batters rather. But in this occasion, he moved the slip out of the cordon, and this was the first delivery that Sophie Devine faced. And this time too, the ball went towards that vacant slip region, but there was no one there to catch it. And unfortunate for Sri Lanka, if they were able to get that big wicket of Sophie Devine early on, that would have opened and exposed the middle order, and they would have been in a much better situation compared to what they are in at the moment. 127 for 2. And talking of the Duckworth Lewis method as well, Laksasi, since New Zealand are just 2 wickets down, that will clearly affect the calculations, and surely this is going to be a shortened game due to the time that we have lost. So the fact that they have lost only 2 wickets, that is going to go against Sri Lanka. But Sri Lanka, on the other hand, they have done a good job in controlling the run flow. There are only 127 runs on board, so hopefully they'll get a revised target of somewhere around 150 if you're talking about a 20-over game.
Yes, Sri Lanka bowled well, but they just couldn't take much wickets. That was the problem. So let's see what will happen. The main thing is that we still don't know a number, what the number of overs that we will see during the second innings for the Sri Lankan chase.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, constantly born from the flames that rise up.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Papare has done it. Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come, once again, for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Kogo has beaten her idol.
Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it. Incredible. Embracing new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it. Incredible. Embracing new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come, once again, for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it. Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it. Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up.
15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
In my mind, I'm always Papare
has done it.
Incredible.
embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
In my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, I'm a Stanley born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
In my mind, I'm always
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Ari has done it. Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Fearless, honestly born from the flames that rise up. Pushing on.
15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it. Incredible. Embrace a new dawn.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Galle International Cricket Stadium. You're joining with the live telecast of the Sri Lanka women versus New Zealand women third ODI. The series is all leveled at 1-1 and the game got interrupted by rain. New Zealand, who won the toss, decided to bat first and they won 127 for 2 in 31 overs. And after a long delay, we finally have some good news. To give you the good news, alongside with me for the commentary is Mr. Furviz Maroof. Good afternoon, Furviz.
Afternoon, Lakshmi. Good to be here. The revised target is 196 in 29 overs for Sri Lanka. On a word of the hard work done by the ground staff, they were magnificent. The down power was quite strong. We all had our doubts whether the game could resume, but the ground staff has worked tirelessly, and we are back here at the Galle National Stadium.
Here's the scorecard for New Zealand. Bernadine Bessoon out 4, Susie Bates unbeaten on 63, Amelia Kerr 19 and Sophie Devine on 38. The White Ferns 127 for 2 in 31 overs. 3 extras by the Sri Lankan bowlers, all of them were wides. And when it comes to the bowling, Oshdi Ranasinghe, the only wicket taker, 1 for 22. Udeshika Prabodhini bowled really well with the new ball, none for 18 in 7 overs, bowled 2 maidens as well. Rest of the bowlers maintained an economy of around 4 and 5, but was unable to take any wickets. For partnerships, for the second wicket, a 46 run stand between Amelia Kerr and Susie Bates, and then a 74 run stand for the third wicket, an unbeaten one between the two experienced campaigners, Susie Bates and Sophie Devine for the White Ferns. This was earlier today. The umpires, the official umpires, are taking a look at the outfield, because there were some very visible wet spots out there, the same wet spots that actually delayed the game during the first ODI as well. So after a long discussion and after a long inspection, they finally decided that the game will resume at 3:30, and Sri Lanka will be given a target of 196 in 29 overs. The ground staff, they really did put in the hard yards to make sure that we had the chance to have some play today in this third and final ODI of the series, the series decider between Sri Lanka and the White Ferns.
What's encouraging for me was both the teams were very keen to get out there. There was some evident spots in the outfield that was bothering the umpires, but the two captains, Chamari and Sophie Devine, was quite keen to get out there. That's what we want to see. Want to play cricket this time of the year in Sri Lanka, especially the down south. You expect these downpours, but in the end, I think we are good to go. The last bit of mopping up has been done, and Chamari Atpat, that was quite a while ago. Now I'm pretty sure, will be padded up in the dressing room, wanted to get out there, try and chase down that score of 196 in 29 overs.
And during that first ODI, it was a chase of 172 in 28 overs for the Sri Lankan team, and Chamari Atapattu alongside the youngster Vishnu Ratna managed to put together a record-breaking stand, the highest first wicket stand ever for Sri Lanka, and the highest ever partnership for any wicket for Sri Lanka in that game. Chamari Atapattu scoring a brilliant century, the 7th century of her career. So she might be hoping that she can repeat another similar performance with the support of the other batters to make sure that Sri Lanka managed to register another historical win and an even more historical series win against the White Ferns.
It's all to play for. The series is locked on at 1-1. Both these teams have started this game pretty well. Sri Lanka with the new ball stuck to their guns in the middle overs. The spinners did the bulk of the bowling and kept the White Ferns quiet. And the experience of the White Ferns batters have made sure they have reached decent targets. And with the Duckworth Lewis, it's 196 in 29 overs. I think it's anyone's game. It all depends on how Chamari Atapattu will go ahead and how she strikes it as far as Sri Lanka's chances are concerned. But with White Ferns, if they get it right, they got the bowlers to restrict this inexperienced middle order of Sri Lanka. The top order, yes, they have won a game, but I think Chamari Atapattu's wicket will be the golden one for White Ferns.
Indeed, and also when it comes to the White Ferns, they have brought in Molly Penfold, some extra pace in place of Hannah Rowe. So the two quicks, Molly Penfold and Leah Tahuhu, will definitely try to bother the two openers and get that first wicket as soon as possible, because they know what happened during that first game. So that first wicket is very important, and the spinners, they will play their part after that. The three spinners for the White Ferns, Aiden Carson, Fran Jonas and Amelia Kerr, a very good variety they have when it comes to the spin bowling department, the White Ferns. So we have everything to play for, just like Fervis mentioned, and this promises to be a very exciting clash as the series decider between the two sides. They're just a few moments away. The ground staff removing the final set of covers before we begin the second innings of the game. Sri Lanka, they will have to maintain a run rate just below 7 to make sure they chase this down. It's not a T20 game, but they have some more overs remaining. I think 4 bowlers will bowl 6 overs each, and one bowler will bowl 5 overs for the White Ferns. So it will be interesting to see how Sophie Devine uses bowlers, especially the spinners on the surface, because we clearly saw some bite of that surface when the Sri Lankan spinners were handling their business earlier in the day. the highlights from the New Zealand innings. Kavisha Dilhari with that superb direct hit to remove Bernadine Besuidenhout out. She didn't have a very good series, Besuidenhout out. And then Amelia Kerr and Susie Bates managed to stitch a little partnership for the second wicket. Amelia Kerr looked very good today once again, made 19. Shia Fernando, who was brought in today. Olsam Taito was up front. Inoka Ranavira was tight with her line and lens once again. And then Oshadi Ranasinghe brought that second wicket. Amelia Kerr trying to cut it away. Just chopped on to the stumps as she had to depart for just 19. And then the experienced campaigners took their time a little bit at the beginning, but then they just managed to accelerate the run rate very well. And just when they were looking to threaten the Sri Lankan bowlers, the rain interrupted. So as you can see, Sophie Devine leading her team out into the field for this second innings, the final innings of this 3-match ODI series between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. And the two Sri Lankan openers, Chamari Athapattu and Vishmi Gunaratne, we will be hoping that they can repeat the same thing they did during that first ODI. Yatahu had a brilliant game during the second game of the series. Troubled the Sri Lankan top order. Removed Vishmi Gunaratne and Chamari Athapattu in two deliveries. The two batters who put them under a lot of pressure in the earlier game. Yatahu might be hoping that she can do the same here and do it very early, because the wicket of Chamari Athapattu will be the most important one for the White Ferns, as Sri Lanka, they are chasing a big target here. Vishnu Gunaratne scored a first half century during the first game. Yes, Chamari Athapattu 94 games, over 3,000 runs, average of 33.25, strike rate over 71, high score of 178 against Australia. Scored a 7th century. That first ODI of the series, just the 11th batter in the history of the women's ODI history to do that, scoring 7 centuries. There's Liatahu getting the proceedings against Chamari Athapattu. Guides it towards the third man region. Begins the count for Sri Lanka. Chamari Athapattu. They used the short ball quite a lot during the second ODI, and most probably that will be their plan in this final ODI as well, Favis.
Yeah, Tahu, very experienced, 85 games. And she's a wicket taker. A good battle against Chamari Athapattu for sure. And the tactics would be to go short as much as possible, to use those short deliveries.
And dot delivery, Vishnu Gunaratne. And a reminder to all of our viewers, here's Vishnu Gunaratne, 6 games, average of 16, strike rate below 60, scored a first half century during that first game, as I mentioned earlier. And the reminder to all of you viewers, you can enjoy the live broadcast of this game on www.thepapare.com and on the Facebook platforms of thepapare.com and the YouTube channel, along with the Dialog TV channel number 126 and also Dialog View app. And also you can join with the live action on the Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel as well. Here's Tahuhu to Vishnu Gururatne. A short delivery, and that's the first wicket. Just as we mentioned, Tahuhu using that short delivery effectively against Vishnu Gururatne to send her back to the pavilion in the very first over.
As expected, bit for pace there. Young Vishmi, good bouncer, right on the money, targeting the badge. And Tahuhu showed what she's capable of. Short, right at the badge. Pretty late for that stroke. Vishmi trying to go probably square leg. And in the end, a tolly of a catch in the slips.
Vishnu Gururatne departs without troubling the scorers. Sri Lanka 1 for 1 in the very first over. Hashida Samara Vikrama in at number 3 for Sri Lanka. The left-handed batter. Here's Lia Tahuhu. Well defended by Samara Vikrama. Being watchful in her very first delivery. Sri Lanka, they need to chase some 196 in 29 overs to win the series. Yes, Ashita Samara Vikrama, 22 games, very close to 500 runs, average of over 23, strike rate 63.09, highest score of 75. Ashita Samara Vikrama watchful once again, and that's the end of the first over. A successful beginning for the White Ferns. Sri Lanka are 1 for 1 at the end of the first over. So two left-handers in the middle for Sri Lanka. And here's Molly Penfold. In fact, it's the skipper Sophie Devine who will share the new ball with Lia Tahuhu. The replay of that first wicket. Vishnu Gururatne had no idea where the ball went. Bane for pace clearly. The young 17-year-old.
This will be a good battle. Captains against captain. Sophie Devine, first couple of deliveries, swinging back into the left hand at Chamari Atapattu. Probably targeting the front pad or hit the stumps again. Brilliant numbers. I think 136th game, 91 wickets. Economy rate 4.45, which is quite impressive. A good all-rounder.
Yes, Divine to her opposite number. Cuts it away, Chamari Atapattu. Can only take a single. Not the side that Sri Lanka were looking for, chasing a target with a required run rate of below 6. Is the target 196 in 29 overs. Sri Lanka, they are chasing history here. They are trying to make history. If they can chase this down, this will be their first ever series win against the White Ferns. Sophie Devine to Hashida Samara Vikrama. Tries to take the quick single.
For Chamari Atapattu, There was no slip fielder in place, but all of a sudden for Harshita, his first slip in play just goes to show the mentality of the White Ferns, trying to not give any free runs or freebies to Chamari and try and attack the rest of the batters. I think it's quite evident that Chamari Athapattu likes to ball coming into the batter. Nice play, trying to bowl 4 there. Sophie Devine, decent bit of fielding as well. It's definitely saved 2 more runs there. And I think overall, the tactical part of both the teams have been quite brilliant to start with. Sri Lanka did it well, and now Sophie Devine straight away understanding that wickets are key, but not over-attacking Chamari Athapattu, playing with the patience.
Yes, the replay, and Sophie Devine delivers the penultimate delivery of her first over. So that's actually the end of the second over. Sri Lanka 3 for the loss of 1 wicket. Sri Lanka 3 for 1 after 2 overs. They need 193 more runs in 27 overs with 9 wickets in hand. Liatahuhu to bowl a second over. Bowled a brilliant first over to remove Vishwagun Ratna. Sri Lanka, they need to start attacking very, very soon, otherwise they'll just fall behind a bit too much with the required run rate. It's Liatahuhu again. Another short delivery. Luckily for Harshita Samaravikrama, lands away from the fine leg fielder. Using that short delivery, Liatahuhu. The Sri Lankan batters are clearly struggling against the short ball tactic of the experienced White Ferns opening bowler. Right arm pacer, yes, Tahuhu against Athapattu. A short delivery again, straight towards the fine leg fielder. Just a single, so no boundaries yet for the Sri Lankans.
Plans are quite clear. It's going to go short. Good to see the crowd as well. People around the fort enjoying the action. Probably got the news that Chamari Athapattu is batting and are clinging on to it. Short again. Just a single towards fine leg.
Six for 1 Sri Lanka after 2.4 overs, taking their time to just rebuild the innings a bit after the early loss of Harshita Samaravikrama's wicket. Tahu to Athapattu once again. Some extra pounds there. Tahu asking some very good questions from the Sri Lankan top order. Just like during the second ODI, she missed out on the first ODI, so she's making amends for those mistakes that she did to begin the series. Final delivery of the third over. Unable to take a single, so Sri Lanka after 3 overs, 6 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Sophie Devine will continue. Gave away just 2 runs in her first over. Hashda Samaravikrama and Chamri Yadapat both on 3 after facing 8 deliveries. That's a very good delivery. An in-swinging Yorker to the left-handed batter from Sophie Devine. Hashda Samaravikrama was well up to the task.
Clearly aiming the front pad of the left-hander. It's a late swing.
Again, but this time flicks it straight towards the field. Georgia Plymouth takes the catch and Hashida Samaravikrama has to depart for just 3. Sri Lanka, they have lost their second wicket in the 4th over with the score of just 6 on the board.
A friendly half volley down the leg side. Any other day Harshita would have smashed it over square leg or mid wicket, but this occasion just finding the fielder at square leg. A second dolly of a catch in this innings. The 2 soft dismissals are denting the Sri Lankan chase. Down the leg side, didn't have to move. And that's sort of a start for Sri Lanka, trying to win the series 2-1 in the end. Looking down the barrel, Samaravikrama gone for 3, Sri Lanka 6 for 2.
The new batter, Nilakshi De Silva, in at number 4 for Sri Lanka. These are stats: 472 runs average of over 21, strike rate just over 60, a score of 48, so yet to score a half century. So this might be a very good day for her to score that first half century. Nilakshi De Silva, she has been in good form, especially during T20s. During the World Cup, played some good knocks against Bangladesh women. Played some very good knocks, Nilakshi De Silva. She needs to support her skipper here, Chamri Yadapat. Driven away. Just short of the field, very nearly the 3rd wicket for the White Ferns.
Chamri Yadapat taking the aerial route was quite lucky, didn't carry to extra cover. She'll be in 2 minds whether to go hard or try and negate the early swing and the pace what these 2 bowlers are offering. So I reckon Chamri Yadapat at its best is to attacking, and that should be the go way forward. But never saying that, it's not going to be easy when the wickets keep falling from the other end. 4 overs gone, 7 for 2.
Sri Lanka 7 for the loss of 2 wickets after 4 overs. The required run rate has crept over 7 now. Some young fans over there. Tahu who will continue her third over.
Quite a contrast way of attacking both these bowlers. Tahu hitting the hard length, back of the length, being aggressive. But with Sophie Devine, the skipper from the other end, is quite gentle in pace, but she's swinging the ball around, pitching it up and getting any movement possible. So this is a challenge, but the Sri Lankan batters will go forward, especially with Tahu pulling the back of the length, and all of a sudden when you don't realize the quick bouncer comes in. You got to be prepared. And the message is quite clear, not to commit to the front foot too early. And this is where I think the experience of these young batters from Sri Lanka will be tested.
Yes, indeed, Fervis. The two opening bowlers coming out with two clear cutout plans. Tahu using the short ball, and Sophie Devine using the fuller length deliveries. Sri Lanka under tremendous amount of pressure here. 2 wickets down before the 5th over. No boundaries yet as well after 27 deliveries.
The script is written nicely for Sri Lanka. Either this partnership or nothing. Chamara Tapatu, we all seen in international cricket or domestic cricket, franchise cricket, wherever she has gone. On her day, she can be. That's the bounce we're talking about. On her day, she can be breathtaking. I think Sri Lankans are hoping that Chamara will have one of those days where she'll go out there and entertain the public. But for the moment, the White Ferns are bossing. In the 5th over, just 7 runs, 2 wickets lost. Quiet looking dressing room. Not a great start, but till Chamara Tapatu is there, I think anything is possible.
Yes, indeed, Chamara Tapatu can turn this game around very quickly. Tahu continuing to use that short ball against the top order. Nilashi De Silva doesn't want anything to do with that. Lets it go. It's good to see that some fans have turned up here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. So if you're around the area, make sure to join us here at the stadium. Entrance is absolutely free. End of another over. Sri Lanka 7 for 2 after 5. Chamara Tapatu, and she connects the first maximum of the Sri Lankan innings. That's the first boundary as well. A brilliant hit from the Sri Lankan skipper against her opposite number.
Right inner arc, isn't it? Outside the off stump, Sophie Devine looking for some swing. There was no swing. Only swing we had was a bat swing of Chamara Tapatu. Brilliant. And she goes big through the offside. It's always good to see. White call this time by umpire Ratmo Martinez. Probably Sophie Devine looking for some swing, and the first couple of overs we did see it. The last 2 deliveries, absolutely no swing at all. This is where I think even Sophie Devine got to be a little careful not to give too much width to Chamari, who's very, very powerful and dangerous through the offside especially.
Yes, Sophie Devine. That's a great delivery, but Chamara Tapatu up to the task. Drives it down the ground and it will go all the way for a boundary. So a great start to this 6th over for Sri Lanka, the final over of the power play.
Good cricket all round. A decent delivery by the White Fern skipper Sophie. Ball swinging back in, but equal to the task was Chamari. Take a look at this for timing and placement. It's almost like a gentle push towards mid-on. The timing was so good and the mid-on field had no chance.
Yes, Sophie Divine once again to Chamari Atapattu. Cuts it towards the third man area. Takes a single. So 12 runs already in this over. After 3 deliveries, Lakshya De Silva must make sure that she keeps the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's very important the singles comes through. I think the young Sri Lankan batters in the middle order will be tested in that era where the experience of Chamari Atapattu, the expectations are high. And for Sri Lanka to win this game, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? Chamari Atapattu has scored the bulk of the runs, and to do that, she has to get the strike as much as possible when the field restrictions are on. But at the moment, I think with the wickets been falling from the other end, it's not an easy task for these Sri Lankan young batters.
Yes, Sophie Divine to Lakshya De Silva. Continuing to use that fuller delivery. Sophie Divine. That has been a plan from the first delivery. Just one delivery remaining in the power play for Sri Lanka. 19 for 2. Not the ideal start, chasing a big target. This time driven away by Lakshya De Silva. Will this have the legs to go all the way? Yes, it will. So an expensive over comes to an end. Sri Lanka finding some momentum just at the end of the power play. 23 for 2 after the end of 6 overs.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
End of the first power play for Sri Lanka, 23 for 2. But most importantly, Chamari Atapattu still out there. As long as she is there, Sri Lanka will think they have a slight hope of chasing this down.
Another big one. Goes all the way. Chamari Atapattu stepping on the gas. Heading that ball to the grass banks. Second 6 of her innings.
Yeah, Tahuhu has come in with a clear plan of trying to bowl the short ones. It worked for them in the previous game. Atapattu dismissed of the first delivery she faced. But just not getting big enough on that occasion. And it's easy pickings for someone in the form that Atapattu is in.
Classy drive, but there is protection for Tahuhu in the cover region. We can't emphasize enough on the importance of Chamari Atapattu in this run chase. I think if Sri Lanka can get anywhere close to the target, I think Chamari will have to play a blinder of an innings while the others bat around her.
Yeah, we saw that in the first ODI as well. A century really paved the way for that chase. Similar duration, 28 overs on that occasion for Sri Lanka, but they had to chase 20 runs fewer, 172. So they're going to have to play well here to get to the target. Lakshya De Silva, a very experienced campaigner, has been around this team for a while now, has been on the upward trend in the recent couple of years, getting runs, particularly in that T20 format, coming in the middle order. And Sri Lanka will need that. She's another one who can clear the boundary.
Slight appeal, but clearly drifting down the leg side. Missing out in the location, Nilakshay De Silva. It was on the pads. Could have simply whipped it towards the vacant squaric boundary, but not to be.
Yeah, clearly going down the leg side, like you said. You're disappointed she missed out on that opportunity. You aren't going to get too many loose deliveries from Tahuhu. She's coming off a good game in the second ODI where she picked up 4 wickets. Also nearing that 100 wicket mark for New Zealand in ODI. She's 99 at the moment. So one more. She becomes the first New Zealand woman to cross 100 wickets in ODI cricket.
Slip comes off for Nilakshay. Catching short mid wicket, straightish short mid wicket. Attacking that leg stump line to Nilakshay. Currently not working out. 7 overs gone. Sri Lanka 30 for 2.
Sri Lanka losing 2 wickets in that power play. 30 for 2 the score after 7 overs. Chamari Athapattu Nilakshay De Silva will want to put together big partnership. Eden Carson into the attack for New Zealand. Unique stat for the youngster in the last game. She ended up bowling 11 overs. Seen something like that before, Anjika?
Not in my days. I think the last time it happened was when ODIs were played in 65 overs, if I'm not wrong. That's when bowlers got a chance to bowl more than 10 overs. Probably a record that she can own for the rest of her life and even further than that.
Carson's played just 3 ODIs for the White Ferns, 3 for 31, her best bowling figures. Very decent economy and average for the youngster.
Early into her career, good exposure for her to come to the Asian country and be exposed to these conditions, play against class act of Chamari Athapattu. Just enjoy cricket. It's the most important thing when you're young.
Was that an opportunity for New Zealand? Was that off the edge? Let's see.
Hard to say from this angle for sure. If you can have a front on angle, I think a better idea.
Signal buys by the umpire. Sorry, not signal buys by the umpire. So definitely thought that there was an edge on that occasion.
Much better from Nilakshay. That's what the team needs from her until she gets her eye in. Here's a look at this. The earlier delivery. Looks like there was an edge to it, but a tough chance, I would say, to the wicket keeper. Here's Athapattu. Once again opens up. Free hit for her on the slot. And she needs no invitation. Chamari Athapattu whacks it out of the park. 3 sixers for her.
Yeah, right in her hitting zone, wasn't it? Just clears her arms and takes on that fielder in the deep. has hit a 6 in the last 3 overs, so looks like she's getting going. She's got her eye in.
This time down the ground, has enough legs, just enough legs to beat the fielder. Back-to-back sixes. Ends the 8th over. Massive over for Sri Lanka. They're 45 for 2. From that angle.
Sri Lanka 45 for 2 after 8 overs. Athapaththu cutting loose the couple of sixes in the last couple of overs. We're going to see a change of bowling. Molly Penfold to come in from the 410. We haven't seen her during this series. Going by what we've heard, will offer a little bit of extra pace, just like Liata Huhu. So I think we can expect some short deliveries from her as well.
Here's a look at the last 6. Susie Bates, the fielder, valiant effort, but having enough legs to beat her.
Yeah, for a moment there, Susie Bates would have been expecting that to come to her, just over her outstretched hands.
Penfold coming into this game. Sophie Devine also said that she is bought in for that extra pace. ST, I think we'll see some short balls from her as well. Nicely done. Very well done, Nilakshi De Silva. She has been doing that in the last over as well. Just making sure that Chamari Athapaththu gets the majority of the strike.
Yeah, that's perfect from Nilakshi De Silva. That's exactly what they would want from her. While Athapaththu is striking the ball so well, just give her the strike, let her go after the bowlers. Molly Penfold, just 5 matches into her ODI career, 2 for 42, her best performance.
Clear single there. A bit of a confusion from the captain, but no harm done.
I wonder if Athapaththu wouldn't actually prefer the pace, ball coming on to the bat. When she's in touch, when she's hitting the ball well, she'd like that.
She'll love it indeed. But that shot once again on the hips, easily swiveled across, and she's coming back to the second. This is tight. Desperate dive in the last moment. That was tight, I think if it was a direct hit, Chamari Athapaththu would have been in trouble.
Yeah, Maddie Green, one of New Zealand's better fielders in the deep on that occasion, had to move a little bit to her left, but would have been expecting to cut that down. Athapaththu desperate to get back on strike. Dive ends it.
Interesting if you can have another look at that. Because Athapaththu decided late to come for the second run. Here's another look at this. Desperate dive. She was in. Dive saving her in that occasion.
Penfold has started quite well. Hasn't bowled too many short deliveries or hasn't gone for a bouncer yet. Kept the ball up, trying to look for that little away movement that will be assisted by the breeze.
Another wide. Couple of wides in this over by Penfold.
Yeah, that's one area that New Zealand will really look at ahead of the T20s as well. They went for plenty in the previous game. I think
that's the best shot of the day for me. Chamari Atapattu. It was on a good length. There was width on offer, but clearing that deep cover fielder. It was a marvellous throw. Atapattu take about 42 for her now. Sri Lanka 56 for 2.
Atapattu has raced to 42 off 24. Yeah, a couple of her boundaries. Very, very strong on the offside, and that's what started things off. That 6 over extra cover. Same over. Hitting Sophie Devine down the ground. And then mid wicket took a beating as well. Couple of sixers in that area. Eden Carson continues from the city end.
Nilakshi De Silva. It's a very tight field. 3 on the leg side, 3 on the off side, inside the circle. All she has to do is just try and maneuver the field, get off the strike. Comes down the track. No run there as well.
I think that's where the White Ferns have done well. They've kept those leg side fielders in. They know that's the get out of jail shot for Nilakshi De Silva, as well as a few other Sri Lankan players. The mid wicket in, square leg in, just cutting off that easy single. She finds a gap on the offside on this occasion, and that's her second boundary. Nilakshi De Silva giving some good support to Atapattu now.
Yes, Carson will be disappointed with that, ST. She had enough cover on the leg side, but she ended up bowling a half volley, a full toss rather, on the off stump, and it was asking to be hit, and rightfully done by Nilakshi De Silva. Second boundary for her.
Yeah, I like what she did on that occasion. Didn't try to overhit the ball, didn't try to chase after it, just found the gap perfectly. It's a good comeback from Eden Carson, almost getting the ball to ricochet back onto the stumps.
Sharp turn for Carson. There you go. Cramping De Silva for room. Quick single. Good call and good response from Atapattu. That's the end of the 10th over. Sri Lanka 61 for 2.
Sri Lanka need 135 in 19 overs. That little onslaught from Atapattu has brought this down to kind of a manageable game if you think in T20 terms.
Indeed, in the current day and age, 135 of 19 overs is considered as a below par target. Wayward throw, and that gives away a single. So the last 5 or 6 overs, New Zealand are losing the plot here, ST. I think if they can, they need to make sure that Nilakshi is stuck on one end and she's not allowed to milk those singles away. it was not needed, that throw, because Nilakshi was already inside the crease.
Yeah, I think we are entering kind of a crucial part of play. Sri Lanka will be taking some risky singles. Like you said, New Zealand fielders have to make sure that they are on their feet. They know what's happening. They are aware of what's happening.
And we were discussing this in the New Zealand innings as well. The pitch is really good out there. I think the conditions is ideal for batting, and the pitch will support the Sri Lankans for sure. But as we always say, it will all depend on how far can Chamari Apatapattu go in this innings. If she can get close to 100 runs, I think Sri Lanka will have a big chance of creating history today here at the Galle Stadium.
Yeah, once again, strike turned over by Nilakshi De Silva, just dropping and running. The fielders all seem to be sitting back on that 30-yard circle. Beaten on that occasion. New Zealand will be encouraged actually by what Atapattu is trying to do. They know that's the way that they can get her to take an unnecessary risk, create an opportunity for themselves as well.
Bit of a miscue in that occasion from Atapattu. 26 balls for her 43, 5 sixes, 5 massive sixes from the bat of Atapattu. On the leg side, the ball will run away. Did not get a lot of bat to it, but it was enough. The pace of Molly Penfold carrying the ball to the boundary line takes her to 47. Atapattu cruising along.
Yeah, for the second time in 2 overs, Molly Penfold just ruins her figures with the last couple of deliveries of the over. Atapattu staying back in her crease, using the pace and timing it well to the boundary at fine leg.
This time short, but Atapattu missing out, I would believe. Either way, there's a good over for Sri Lanka. 11 gone. Sri Lanka 69 for 2.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket.
Nilakshi De Silva, Chamari Atapattu putting together 63 runs, 14 coming off the bat of Nilakshi De Silva. So bulk of the scoring being done by Atapattu.
What does that remind you, ST?
Of course, I think it reminds me of the player Atapattu used to look up to as she grew up as well, Sana Jayasuriya. Always dominated his partnerships. Atapattu, if you see it batting out in the middle, I don't think there's ever been a situation where the other partner has been dominant in the partnership.
Indeed. Can count so many occasions where Jayasuriya dominating those opening partnerships with Kalavitharana and Avishka Kunawardana later on. So many partners, but it's always Jayasuriya who dominates the first few overs. In women's cricket it has been Atapattu, and same case over here as well. Nilakshi once again making those singles.
Yeah, and again the fielder sitting back at the edge of the 30-yard circle. Atapattu now 49 not out, on her way to a 13th ODI 50.
Look at that. What can you say about that? Maneuvering the field brilliantly. It was on the offside. She had enough width, but to make sure that you beat the infield and beat the deep cover field with power and timing and placement, Chamari Athapattu brings up her 13th ODI half century. I beg your pardon, it was the 16th ODI half century for Chamari Athapattu, and that ends the 12th over. Sri Lanka 75 for 2.
The time has come once again for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Sri Lanka 75 for 2 after 12 overs. They need 121 more runs in 17 overs. Gamini Chamari Athapattu turning up the heat here. Sri Lanka struggling in the first 5 overs, but the next 7 overs they have been very, very good for Sri Lanka.
This has been a terrific rearguard action from her. Athapattu. This is Amelia. Slower through the air. I think Nilakshi, she has contributed 15 off 29 at a strike rate around 50%, but she needs to be a bit more proactive. You don't want to starve her skipper from strike. Driven through extra cover this time. Yeah, this track is also right up in a rally. The ball coming on. With the little bit of shower that we had in the afternoon, now the ball has travelled in the outfield, so it will be not the ball that you like to deal with, the dry ball, but it's going to skid through. And some of these shots that Chamari Athapattu, these are terrific numbers from Amelia. For a wrist spinner, 5 for 17. Best figures. Economic rate 4.4 is a very, very good stat to have as a wrist spinner. Round the wicket. That's into the gap. Oh, she does well. Not only she fielded cleanly, kept it down to 1. She's got a strong arm. Penfold fielding at long on. That was against the wind. That's why it just didn't have the power.
That was hit powerfully by Chamari Athapattu, but Penfold with a very good piece of fielding. Nilakshi De Silva flighted up once again from Amelia Kerr, drives it away. Can only take a single. Nilakshi De Silva, it's very important that she does this. She continues to do this, rotating the strike, scoring the singles as much as possible, supporting her skipper.
Run rate required is 7.22 at the moment. But if Athapattu bats, that's not going to be a big factor really. Change in the field. Penfold comes to deep cover. That's in the gap. That's the quicker part of the boundary. Yes, it's going to go reach the 4. Much needed boundaries. To average 7+ runs per over, you need a boundary every over. I think Athapattu has been able to get that boundary. 6 4s and 5 6s so far, apart from just 2 4s from Silva's bat. All those boundaries have come from Athapattu's bat.
Yes, against Athapattu again.
Smart batting. Final ball of the over, Athapattu keeps try. I mean, you got to understand that Athapattu will have to do the bulk of scoring if Sri Lanka needs to get over the line here. 83 for 2 after 13.
Sri Lanka 83 for 2. Need 113 more runs in 16 overs. The between the required number and the number of balls is 17, Gamini. Fran Jonas, the left arm spinner, introduced into the attack. This will be an interesting contest between the left-handed batter Atapattu and the left arm spinner Jonas. Is Jonas to Atapattu. Short delivery. Close to that wide line, but nothing from the umpire.
Yeah, it's very difficult for a bowler when you are up against the caliber of Atapattu, who... Oh, that's a wild heave to... Oh, nearly. I'll tell you, it's all happening. Bernardine didn't know where the ball was. Atapattu thought that ball has gone past the keeper. If that ball was inside the hand, Atapattu would have been found wanting, really.
Slightly short from Fran Jonas. Chamri Atapattu takes the single.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make, I think Estelle was talking about Atapattu growing up. He used to watch Jayasuriya. I think a lot of her shots resemble Jayasuriya. Because not many batters have such good hand speed, the bat speed. For you to have good hand speed, you need to have loose hands on either side. It just shows the way Atapattu plays. Anything outside the off stump, she hits it over cover, extra cover. And the shot she hit towards mid-wicket off the short ball, it just shows how strong her hands are on the leg side as well. To do that, you need to have terrific speed. Helps it along for another single. This is good.
2 runs of this over. Chamri Atapattu will probably search for that boundary in the next 2 deliveries. That one boundary per over.
I'll tell you what. If Jonah is going to pitch this ball anywhere close, that's pretty close for a wide. The previous one, wasn't it? That's a good delivery. That was slower through the air. Atapattu could not get close enough. But if it's close enough for her to go through the line or to heave it towards mid-wicket with the wind, she's going to go for it. Look out for this ball. Shot. And it's going, and gone a long way.
Poor delivery to end the over from Fran Jonas. Just what Sri Lanka needed, that boundary per over, and Chamri Atapattu just dispatched it for a 6. So that's going to be the drinks break. Sri Lanka well on their way, and they're well on course to chase this down. 91 for 2 after 14 overs.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Sri Lanka, they need 105 more runs. The Sri Lankan scorecard, nothing much to show except for Chamari Athapattu's unbeaten 66 and that supporting knock from Nilakshi De Silva. She's on 18. 4 extras from the White Ferns, 4 wides. Sri Lanka 9-1 for 2 after 14 overs, maintaining a run rate of 6.5 at the moment. Gamini. And the bowling for the White Ferns, Liata Huhu 1 for 11 in 4 overs. Sophie Devine went for some runs in a final over, 1 for 19. Eden Kazan went for plenty. Here's Meliaka, Nilakshi De Silva. So far, she has done a good job. Nilakshi De Silva got the single when it's there, complimenting her captain brilliantly. She needs to continue this. The fact is, Gamini Nilakshi De Silva is very much capable of clearing the boundary as well. So if she can stay out there, it will definitely a time will definitely come for her to take the charge as well.
Yeah, I think the White Ferns have got one thing in mind. Just see the back of Athapattu. You get it over, you're going to win this match. Running with the shot, Sophie has a go at the stumps, but Nilakshi Silva is pretty quick between wickets. This is the interesting battle for me. Amelia versus Athapattu. And Athapattu's leg side, the on side, is against the wind. So she'll have to get everything off the middle of the bat if she wants to clear that boundary. So she's smart. She got to be smart here, Athapattu. But when she's on facing the bowlers from the city end, from the opposite end, she's going to go with the wind on the leg side. She goes again, but well, when she hit, it stays hit. That's another massive hit. Look at that for timing. Again, the bat speed. Well, you can get up and clap that one.
Magnificent, isn't it, Gamini? Absolutely magnificent from the Sri Lankan skipper.
And it was a wrong one too. So she got the boundary she needed. No of the penultimate ball of that over. 98 for 2 after 15.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
98 more runs in 84 deliveries. That's the equation. That's what Sri Lanka needs to get a historical series win against the White Ferns. Required rate 7 runs per over. Yes, Fran Jonas to Nilakshi De Silva. Drives it down the ground, takes the single. Nilakshi moves to 20 with that. Sri Lanka 99 now after 15.1 overs.
There's 4 fielders on the offside, all inside. There's 1 at deep point, deep extra cover rather. 4 on the leg. That's in the gap as well. Will it have the legs to run? You bet it does. She's dealing in boundaries, Athapattu. It's raining boundaries. Yeah, only because right now Jonas is worried about pitching the ball in line with the stumps because she's going to go towards the onside. So she overcooked her line. She gave width, and Athapattu was equal to the task.
And they got the boundary that they need. There's no need to get carried away here. Chamari Athapattu, she can take the single in this next delivery. 5 runs in this over. They need 7 runs per over. That's the required rate. Here's Jonas to Athapattu. using the correct options here. Atapattu not trying to just hit every ball out of the park.
That's pretty strange, isn't it? Atapattu plays a corrective for defense. So she's got the defense in her game. Going with the turn again. That's in the gap. That's gone for 4 as well. This time she had to drag it from outside the off stump. But what she did was she got her hands high up and flat battered it. Hands coming down high to low. Kept it along the ground. Had no intention of going in the air. See how her hands were coming from. Again, sweetly timed. 2
Final
boundaries in
delivery.
this over. Well. Whoa.
Plima, did she just drop the match for the White Ferns? Chamari Atapattu gets a life here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Everything happening here at the stadium. Sri Lanka 108 for 2 in 16 overs.
Well, for the very first time, she mishits one. Plima. She did the hard yards, didn't she? She got under it. But had very low hands. She could have had higher hands, really. But she goes down. 102, the partnership. De Silva has contributed 20. And Atapattu 78.
Takes the single to begin the new over.
I think not only Atapattu's and the spectators, even Laxisi De Silva's heart was in the mouth. That last delivery. I could see through your mouth.
Yeah, that was very, very close, Gamini. I think all of our viewers were hoping that actually could have happened. Plima dropping that catch.
But it's a horrible feeling when you drop a catch, and more importantly, when you have a batter who is going at 100 miles per hour.
And also, Gamini, it was there to be hit as well for Chamari Atapattu. She just mistimed it for the first time in the day.
Yeah, suddenly it looks a different game when De Silva is on strike, isn't it?
At the moment,
bit more turn on the track. Amelia is a terrific competitor. She'll be up to the challenge. Run rate, required run rate under 7 runs suddenly. 3 dot balls. Good to see that girls are having fun, even though it's going right down to the wire.
Gamini,
must admit, Laxisi, this series have been played some tremendous spirit from either side. They've enjoyed their cricket. 4 dot balls. So just a single so far in this over.
Gamini, yes, she just told me that this is the fastest half century in Chamari Atapattu's career. She scored it in 30 deliveries. Lakshya De Silva, she must make sure that she keeps the scoreboard ticking. She can't let this happen. 4 continuous dot deliveries. Takes the single to end the over.
I'll tell you what, before you conclude to go for the break, White Ferns deliberately gave that single. Extra cover dropped down to the to edge of the circle and gave the single to De Silva. So she keeps a strike for the next over. This was the drop catch. That was a miss hit. But because of the wind towards that side, that carried. There you are. Well, she would not want to watch that replay again, Plima, if Sri Lanka gets over the line.
'86
12
more runs.
overs, and the skipper had decided, I need to come up with something out of nothing. She's got the ball in hand. She's going to come from the city end, and she's up against Silva. Still getting a bit of swing. Wind is coming from the right to the left. This ball is what, 9 overs old. Silva had to be very careful here.
And
she's going at 50%, the strike rate, 21 off 42.
And she must make sure that she doesn't insert pressure on Samariyatapattu. That those four dot deliveries in the previous over increased the required run rate from 6.8 to over 7. That's why it's very important Nilakshi De Silva gets bat on ball and gets it to a gap to score the single. So far 6 dot deliveries in the last 8 deliveries. This is not what Nilakshi De Silva should be doing. She needs to support her skipper. Sophie Devine, and once again another dot delivery.
So tactically, this is what I was talking to you about. The previous ball, the last ball of the previous over, extra cover goes to the edge of the circle and gives her the single. Now the next 3 deliveries have been dot balls. You cannot let Atapattu to do the heavy lifting from one side. You got to contribute and do your part. So every now and then she needs to decide and take a risk or two. This time presents the full face of the bat. There's a very fine line on how you have to be efficient when you have a run rate of 7.5. See, just the start of that previous over, the required rate was 7. You had 8 dot balls and suddenly it has gone to 7.5. Series 1-all and the score 1-1-1.
Nelson has arrived and Samariyatapattu on strike against the opposite number, Sophie Devine. This is a very good, takes the single, Samariyatapattu.
The way she times the ball, it's just amazing. It's just flying off her bat, really. She's got very high back lift. You could see when she's in her stance, so her bat is pointing upwards and she gets her hands high and brings it down at speed. Oh, that was the ball that she could have taken a risk. The last ball of the over. It was short, but obviously playing a horizontal bat shot is not her forte. 1-1-2 for 2 after 18. Required rate 7.64.
Taking a look at Samariyatapattu's knock so far. Some really outstanding strokes from the southpaw of Sri Lanka. Those sixers, look at this. She was not just barely crossing the boundary line, she was clearing them by a couple of yards. This shot was, for me, the best of the day. Slicing that towards the cover region. Look at this. That's who she is. There you go. Remember the name. Samariyatapattu. Putting on a show for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, she looks angry today. And an angry Samariyatapattu is a dangerous one. As the New Zealand bowlers would have found out. Disappointment clear on her face with the dismissals of Vishmi Gunaratne and Harshita Samaravikrama. She's making the New Zealand bowlers pay. Yeah, Tahuhu back into the attack. You feel like this is going to be a crucial run of play, a crucial spell. Tahuhu with the wicket early on. She got Atapattu's wicket in the previous game as well. Has that extra yard of pace on the other bowlers. So expect a crucial run of play now.
Samari trying out something new. Dancing down the track. And Tahuhu smartly keeping the ball out of the reach of Atapattu. That's the way to go, I think. You have to make her fetch it from outside the off stump. But those deliveries has to be full as well. Otherwise, Atapattu can get underneath it.
Yeah, interesting because we haven't seen her coming down the track. Founds the boundary again. Penfold unable to stop that one straight down the track. Atapattu didn't really time that, but it finds the boundary.
That's a power she possessed. Look at this, going underneath her. This is not what New Zealand need at the moment. There was pressure mounting on, especially Atapattu, because runs weren't coming from the other end.
Yeah, her coming down the track, as I was saying, must have been a build-up of pressure from the previous couple of overs when Nilakshi De Silva struggled to get off strike. That boundary will ease her nerves a little bit. 80 off 10.3 overs. Required rate across 7.5. But as long as she's there, as we've said so many times before, Sri Lanka will fancy their chances.
Too early to the stroke. Atapattu. She needs to settle down. Does not look calm on the crease. There you go, trying to overhit it, missing it completely, and the ball just missing the stumps.
That one just a bit too big to go after. Called a wide by the umpires over Atapattu's head. So another extra to Sri Lanka. 26 wides New Zealand bowled in the previous game. They've got 5 so far, so they've improved, but they'll want to reduce those number of extras they give away, especially when Atapattu is going after them in this fashion.
This time, the outside edge. The god is smiling upon Chamri Atapattu at the moment. This over, especially ST, I think. She's been ragged, but the slice of luck in favor of Atapattu. She went hard, and the outside edge had enough power to take it over the third man field. Another boundary for Atapattu takes her to the 90s.
Clear the infield once again. Ball just stops in the outfield. But she gets a 2. That's a good over for Sri Lanka. Atapattu going well now. 19 overs done. 123 for 2.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Sri Lanka 123 for 2 after 19. A change of bats for Nilakshi De Silva. She'll hope that it brings with it a little bit of fortune. She has been struggling to get off strike in the last couple of overs.
Eden Carson into the attack. Only 1 over for Sophie Devine. First real intent shown by Nilakshi De Silva. That's the bat change she wanted. She wanted the big bat to take the attack to the New Zealand bowlers. And she starts off with a boundary down the ground, right back past the bowler.
Yeah, that's the value of De Silva. She is someone who can clear the boundaries, someone who can score quickly. She's just taken her time early on, given the strike over to Atapattu, now willing to take a couple of those risks.
Missed opportunity. The keeper missing the ball completely. I think Nilakshi De Silva was out of the crease Yes, she was. Sharp chance, but those are the chances that need to stick.
Yeah, Bizudendor hasn't had the best of series, you have to say, behind the stumps. Couple of opportunities missed in the first game as well. Here, once again, this could prove crucial. De Silva looking to cut loose now.
.69 of 56 deliveries. That's the equation. Quick single, nicely done, De Silva. Maneuver in the field well. 5 runs coming off this over. So good follow-up from the previous over that went for more than 10 runs. And I think this is the way to go, ST. I think if Nilakshi can get a boundary away every now and then, it will help Chamari Atapat to get the other runs from the other end.
Yeah, with less than 10 overs to go, there's no point in keeping wickets in hand. So De Silva has to also start scoring quickly. We've seen early signs of that. That's another good shot. Once again, Sophie Devine employing that sweep a little straighter than you would usually see, covering Chamari Atapattu's extra cover. 6 runs off that over. Sri Lanka 129 for 2 after 20.
Unbeaten partnership of 123 between De Silva and Atapattu. This high right reel will dominate. Some fabulous strokes from Atapattu, but Nilakshi De Silva also doing her part at the other end, getting a couple of boundaries away, getting those quick singers to keep the scoreboard rotating. But Chamari Atapattu clearly dominating proceedings. Massive sixes off her bat and keeping Sri Lanka in the hunt.
Amelia Kerr back into the attack from the fourth end. Lia Tahu also getting 1 over. Clearly there's just one thing on Atapattu's mind. It's attack, attack, attack. She's not looking to defend anything, not looking to get any singles, looking to go after the spinners.
It's right back past the bowler. Amelia Kerr withdrawing from stopping that. It was a bullet right back at her. And Chamari Atapattu gets another boundary. 98 for her now. 2 runs short of another century. Second century it would be in this series. Look at that. Immediately withdrawing from stopping that bullet from Atapattu.
Now 98. She decides to take a single. Look for the 2, but not there on that occasion. So 99 now Atapattu. If she gets there in the next couple of deliveries, this will be her fastest ODI 100. Already has 7 under her belt against 6 different opposition. This would be number 8 if she gets there. Wide delivery on that occasion from Kerr. Get the feeling she's struggling to grip the ball. Another great shot from Nilakshi De Silva. Finds the boundary once again. It's the first time we have seen the sweep from the right-hander. Bisects the 2 fielders at fine leg and square leg perfectly. So she's getting going now. 31 of 53 for her. Equation 58 of 49.
Coming into the act, De Silva in the last couple of overs. The change of fortune for her. Into the 30s she goes. End of another successful over for Sri Lanka. After 21 overs, Sri Lanka 138 for 2.
Chamari Atapattu on 99 of 59. 21 overs done. Sri Lanka 138 for 2. Equation looking easier and easier as time goes by. 7.25 needed.
That's a century. Chamari Atapattu brings up a second century in the tournament. And the 8th century after all. Take a bow, Atapattu. One of the best innings I think she has ever played to the country.
Yeah, what a phenomenal knock that was from Atapattu. Has been Sri Lanka's main player over the last couple of years. Over the last 5 years, Sri Lanka have won 4 ODIs. 3 of them she gets a century. Will this be the 5th win? 103 of 60. Her fastest 100. Just the 8th player to score 800s in women's ODIs.
Stunning. Absolutely brilliant from Sri Lanka's southpaw. Taking it to the White Ferns. Came in strong favourites to take the series. But as we speak, another massive 6 this time. Out of the ground it goes. She's not done yet. And as long as she's there, Sri Lanka can dream. Tossed up against the turn. Just backs herself. So much confidence for her. There is enough fielders patrolling the boundary line, but it won't change a bit. Chamari Atapattu putting on a real show.
Once again attempts to get one through the extra cover region. This time straight to Susie Bates. New Zealand now, what do they do? How do they counter Chamari Atapattu? Before this series started, Sophie Devine mentioned that they have some plans in place for her. As she finds the gap once again. That's good fielding from Penfold in the deep. As I was saying, before this series, Sophie Devine said they had some plans in place to get her out. Doesn't seem to have worked in 2 of the 3 games.
There you go. Showing her name to the crowd. Congratulations from De Silva. Nicely guided. What about that? Some touch from Atapattu. Just putting on a show, showing absolute class here at the Galle Stadium. 113 of 65 deliveries. Fastest century for her. 8th century. And from the word go, I think, from how she started, the first 6 she scored, from there on, I think she hasn't looked back, Esti.
Yeah, she's been brilliant, hasn't she? And we spoke about this in the first game as well, where she attacked a lot earlier than she used to, going early in the innings. And like you said, 5 sixers to start off, not a bad way to get an innings going, right?
Indeed. Took a liking to all the spinners, especially Carson and young Jonas as well. Couple of boundaries down the ground. Luck also in favour of her today, but she deserves it, and Sri Lanka deserves it as well. unbeaten and still fighting for Sri Lanka. Atapattu.
Tahuhu back into the attack. This is her last over of this spell. Of course, 4 bowlers are allowed to bowl 6 overs each, and 1 bowler 5. See, this will be a crucial 5 balls to come. We know she's been the strike bowler for New Zealand for the last few years. Got 4 wickets in the previous game as well. There you go, Atapattu's innings. 10 fours, 8 sixers.
Loud appeal from Tahuhu. Lakshya De Silva probably got some bat to it. Yes, so that's a signal from the umpire. No signal rather, which means she believes that De Silva got bat to it. Tahu looks disappointed. Let's take a look at that one more time. It's in the bat, but touch and go. Nevertheless, single, and Atapattu back on strike. Most importantly for Sri Lanka.
Short ball once again. Atapattu goes over the top. Was expecting that to get to the boundary. I think she didn't bother running.
Did not get the full meat of the bat. And only a single there for Atapattu. And like you mentioned, there's the crucial 3 deliveries remaining. Strike bowler, main bowler for the White Ferns. If Sri Lanka can milk this over for a couple of singles, I think that will be a win for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, not much needed now with the equation 41 of 38. So they don't really have to go after the bowling, but they'll want to keep the runs going, keep that momentum in their favour instead of getting into a shell. Atapattu doesn't look like she's going to slow down anytime soon.
One goal in her mind to get there quickly as possible. That's all she cares about. She backs herself. That's the confidence she has, ST, I think, to clear any boundary. Despite having those players patrolling the boundary line, she just backs herself, backs her ability to clear anyone. This time, over mid on, and that will bounce away to the boundary line. Ends the over with a bang. Shamari Atapattu motoring on. Sri Lanka 159 for 2 after 23.
Sri Lanka 159 for 2 after 23. Atapattu 118 of 68. This is the opportunity that Atapattu was given. Georgia Plimmer running in, not able to hold on to that. How must she be feeling right now? Atapattu's crossed the 100-run mark.
She was on 81 when she was dropped. And Sri Lanka were 108 for 2. Unfortunate there. Srimat will be disappointed, but part and parcel of the game, I believe. Those things happen.
Yeah, not something she'll want to see replays of, fortunately. No big screen in the grounds today.
.37 of 35. That's the equation for Sri Lanka. Single down to fine leg. Nilaksi slowly into her 30s, 34 of 59 deliveries.
Fran Jonas into her third over. Left arm spinner. Quite a bit of a crowd watching from the streets today. Having gotten word that Athapattu is playing one of her all-time great knocks, I would say.
Takes a single. Gives the strike back to De Silva. I think De Silva has the free license to go after the bowling. With wickets in hand, she can just have a free go at Fran Jonas. And that's what she does. Sort of a top edge. And that's also dropped, this time by Penfold. And the ball rolls away to the boundary line.
Once again, the White Ferns just letting things slip through their fingers, quite literally. Second chance for Nilaksi De Silva. Once again, that's a catch you should be taking at this level, and they hold themselves in high regards in terms of fielding. They haven't been at their best in this series.
Two catches, one tough stumping chance as well. Gone a begging for the White Ferns in this innings.
Being consoled by Ile Kasparek on that occasion. Never a good feeling when you put down an important catch. That's up in the air. Falls short of Maddie Green. Athapattu living dangerously, but what do they say about fortune favouring the babe?
Sri Lanka need 29 more runs in 30 deliveries. Just 29 more runs away from a historical win. A series deciding encounter. This is that dropped opportunity. Plima dropping that opportunity to take the wicket of Sri Lankan skipper Chamari Athapattu. How costly it has been, Gamini, that dropped opportunity.
And this was the other one. Both are relatively easy chances for this level, you would think. Well, right arm over the wicket. Athapattu is on strike. Wasn't that short, but she elected to go for a horizontal bat shot. Required run rate has dropped under 6 runs per over. So, run the ball from here. We'll get the Sri Lankans home. Athapattu has got 8 sixers against her name, and this could be easily the highest number of sixers for ODI for women's in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, we just checked it, Gamini. The record is 9, and the record is with none other than Sophie Devine, the opposite number. It'll be interesting to see whether Chamari Athapattu can break her record. But
so that's for the world. So easily this could be the only player I could think of getting close to that is Athapattu herself. 8 sixes, that's a phenomenal effort. Maybe they are sensing a victory as well. They are coming in numbers.
Yes, the crowds, they have gathered around the stadium as well, outside the stadium too. Yes, Nilaksi De Silva finds the gap. Will this go over the boundary? No, manages to cut it out. Takes 2. 26 more runs in 27.
Now the equation under 6 runs per under runner ball. So De Silva can do what she does. And end of the day, she is flying under the radar of skippers. Magnificent effort of 121 off 71, 41 off 63 when you consider the situation. Not too shabby at all, really.
Spenfold against Nilakshi De Silva. This time, straight towards the field, takes the single. Required run rate below 6 now, with 8 wickets remaining. Sri Lanka, they are the firm favourites, but it's a game of cricket and anything can happen. This is also the 4th fastest century, the history of women's ODI cricket. Chamara Dabatu breaking a lot of records here. Spenfold. This is Chamara Dabatu. Doesn't get the connection she was searching for. Won't go for the boundary. Manages to take 2 runs.
Yeah, most of her sixers have come towards the fort and then offside, towards that harbour side, and then towards the city end. It's a difficult task to hit a 6 towards that Galle Pavilion, Galle Cricket Club Pavilion, because you got a 24-hour wind, 24 kilometers per hour wind coming from that side. So that's why sometimes you see that she has not timed that well, but she has. That's in the gap. That's going to go for 4.
There's no stopping that, Gamini. Poor delivery, and Chamara Dabatu got the connection she was searching for. Sri Lanka getting ever so close. Partnership 171 for the 3rd wicket. Another record-breaking stand. Chamara Dabatu this time with Nilakshi De Silva.
Yeah, the problem with the white fern bowlers, Lakshisi, they've adopted this digging short method for most of the Sri Lankan batters, but Atapattu, because of her bat speed on either side and the access she gets on the on-side, it's very difficult to contain her because she's very good at horizontal bat shots, as well as when they pitch up to her, she goes to the line, and these are her scores. That 178 in at Bristol against Australia, and it's right up there when it comes to women's cricket, in any form of cricket for that matter. And I've seen that 127 obviously here today, and then that India in 2018 in Katnayaka, I've seen that one as well. So 8 centuries, it's as it is, it's a remarkable effort, really.
Just the 7th batter ever to score 8 centuries in the women's ODI format, Chamara Dabatu.
I think another stat that Estelle mentioned when she was here before, that whenever she scores runs, Sri Lanka ends up winning.
Sophie Devine, some extra bounce there, takes the quick single. This is very good from the 2 Sri Lankan batters. 18 runs away Sri Lanka, 23 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, it's not over, it's up until it's over, but since Atapattu is there, and this has been a terrific partnership with Silva. Very similar to that first ODI when Vishmi and Chamara Atapattu went on and got very close to that total of 170, wasn't it, in the first game?
Yes, this has been a record-breaking series for Sri Lanka when it comes to partnerships. This time, that's a boundary, another boundary from the vacant 3rd man area. Sri Lanka 14 runs away.
Yeah, everything going her way this time. Sophie Devine is looking to bowl outside the off stump, trying to protect that onside. But because that, again, the bat speed, it wasn't right off the right of the middle of the bat, but even they say when you go at it, you go hard at it. And she does go hard at it.
I think one of the all-time greatest knocks in women's ODIs. This from Chamara Dabatu.
So now long off comes inside. square leg goes back to the fence. Now she might be able to bowl a bit straighter.
Yes, Divine. 2 Atapattu. Short delivery. Fourteen more runs, 21 deliveries.
I think that would have gone over short third's head had she got any bat on that one. That was a quick delivery. The effort ball from Sophie. As a skipper, it's her duty to try everything possible to try and turn this around. So mid-off goes back again. Square leg comes inside the circle. Where is this going to end up?
Yes, Divine. 2 Atapattu. That has to be a wide. No, the umpire doesn't.
No, I think it was well inside those blue tram lines. Atapattu, if you see the replay, her back leg goes back to get outside the line. That's why she could not reach that. These two umpires have had a good game.
Nice Atapattu.
They must be waiting for another 6 to catch one.
Once again from Sophie Divine. Just like the previous delivery.
Yes, she took the pace right off. That was the slower ball, running her fingers over the seam. Another change in the field. So a bit of a cat and mouse game here. Last roll of the dice from the skipper to skipper.
Final delivery of the 26th over. Sri Lanka 14 more runs needed. Short delivery. Chamuri Atapattu hammers it away for a maximum. It's down to single digits now. Sri Lanka 8 runs away. That's the end of the 26th over. Sri Lanka 188 for 2. Chamuri Atapattu moves to 137. Here's the replay.
That was a terrific shot. It didn't get up that much, but it was travelling flat 6. What a memorable series victory this will be. You're not there yet, but who's here is now ST. 188 for 2. And Sri Lankans are on the verge of their first ever bilateral series victory against the White Ferns.
Yeah, before this series, they hadn't even won a game against them. Forget ODIs, they hadn't won against them in T20s either. So it's been a fantastic performance. Here's another record for Sri Lanka, 182 now. Their highest partnership for any wicket in ODI cricket. Taking over the 159 Atapattu and Gunaratne put on in the first ODI of this series.
It's going to be Amelia from the forehand. That's up in the air. It's going to fall safe, I think. Yes, it does. Back for the second. So 6 needed of 17 balls. Ilakshi moves to 47 with that.
Ilakshi De Silva hasn't forgotten about her half century, yet to make one in ODI cricket. So she'll have an eye on those 5 runs.
So there you go, ST. 1 hit. And how many hits have we seen today? 1 hit. Do you think Atapattu is looking at finishing the game with 1 hit? She's got how many? 9 sixers already. So that could be the 10th. This would be the 10th if she does.
Yeah, she's equal Sophie Divine's record. She goes for it. Has she found the gap? No, she hasn't. They come back for the second. Sri Lanka inch closer and closer to that historic win.
What a hand this is. 139 out of 193. just around 60 to 70% runs. Waist high full toss.
Just a single on that occasion. So now Nilaksi De Silva has the chance to finish things off for Sri Lanka. 2 needed of 13.
Sophie Devine, skipper, bringing all the fielders bar one to the circle.
De Silva tries to find the boundary. That's good fielding from Penfold. De Silva back for 2, and that's the win for Sri Lanka. Do they know that they've crossed the line? Bit of confusion out there about the target, but the umpire hands Amelia Kerr's cap back to her. That's the end of things here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Sri Lanka win by 8 runs, and belatedly the team runs onto the pitch. What a fantastic performance by the Sri Lankans, Gamini.
These are very good pictures. A very memorable day for the players, as well as the coaching staff for Sri Lanka cricket. And all those who are witnessing today, some are from far away, from down the roadside, some up those hills, up in those hills, and then in these buildings. And not only that, ST, they've been fortunate enough to watch some terrific cricket. I think the only thing that hasn't been towards the us is the weather today, but luckily we had enough time to constitute a game.
Yeah, we mentioned during that break that both captains were really keen to get out there. Sophie Devine and Atapattu kept coming out, having a look at things, having a look at the outfield. Fortunate we were able to get the 29 overs in. Sri Lanka didn't need 29 overs to chase 196. Just a fabulous performance by the captain. So many times in the past she has guided Sri Lanka, got them across the line. Big celebrations by the team. This is their first bilateral win against a top side in as long as I can remember.
Yeah, what she has done is that she has given for some of these young girls a day to remember for the rest of their lives, Atapattu. New Zealand came as heavy favourites at the start of this series. I think you got to mention that they were a bit unlucky in that first one as well. And then they were going nicely today up until the rain came down, and then once the game was reduced to 29 overs and Sri Lanka were given a target, ST, then I think the chances of winning the series revived at that point. And had there been full 50 overs, it was odds were stacked against the Sri Lankans, but she deserved everything. Atapattu, 200s in a 3-match series.
Yeah, New Zealand were hampered by the rain. That's the winning moment for Sri Lanka. Nilaksi De Silva finding the gap there, coming back for 2. They weren't sure about the total, whether they needed 196 or 197. Eventually sorted out by the umpires. As I was saying, the weather really did get in the way of New Zealand. 127 for 2 in 31 overs. They were building for a big launch. Sophie Devine at the crease alongside Susie Bates. They would have been looking to capitalize on the last 20 overs, 15 overs, but it wasn't to be. Heavy showers, and with the time it took for the outfield to dry up, they weren't given an opportunity to come out to bat again. Sri Lanka needed 196 in 29 overs. Got there with plenty of deliveries to spare.
There were plenty of support from the stands and as well as from those hills. I think it's fitting enough that the Sri Lankan team are going next to that stand and acknowledging their support.
Yeah, what you love to see is if you look at that crowd, most of them are kids. Most of them from school teams who have come all the way to watch this team, and they've been treated to a fantastic performance by the hosts. A lot of those girls have been here for all 3 ODIs. I'm sure they would have learned a lot, not just from the hosts, but from the New Zealanders as well. They've played the games well. It's just a couple of moments that have gone the other way. Amelia Kerr, disappointed.
Oh, she's a star, all right. She was among the runs in the first game. She scored 100 in the second. She was going well today, and then suddenly bowled by a beauty from Ranasinger that spun and turned. But, well, nothing can be taken away from number 58, Chamari Atapattu. There's a coaching staff. Rumesh Ratnayaka, the head coach. Malinda Varnapura, the batting coach. Kaman Mapatna, the fielding coach. Umesh Videsi Rivardhana, the bowling coach. Well, all of them deserve some accolades, really. But it would have been a very difficult task at the start of this series as Ranjika joins me. When you come up against a quality side, everyone was wondering whether the Sri Lankans could go that extra mile to be one of the very best in the world. And well, the skipper decided that she's going to take the wheels, and it took them a bit of time to get the bus over the hill. But once they got into the groove, they came charging down, and there's the result. And there'll be some disappointed faces in those Black Ferns. But you know, they also came with some inexperienced players to Sri Lanka for the very first time. But if you really look at it, Ranjika, it was, no disrespect for any of the players that were participating in this series, but this one player, you can't imagine that she could make that much of a difference. Very similar to the last year of Ashes yesterday, that everyone thought Ben Stokes could change the whole result by himself, but here in this case Atapattu, she did change the result by herself.
Look at that. Nothing much to explain. I believe Chamari Atapattu standing out. 140 runs off 80 deliveries. What a knock it was. It was a treat. I think one of the best women's ODI knocks I have ever seen in my life. And Nilakshi Silva's playing the supporting role. 48 of 68 for her. And Sri Lanka getting over the line in 26.5 overs, 196 for 2. A monumental effort from Sri Lanka's southpaw, and history made here at the historical Galle International Stadium.
It would have been hard to imagine for some of these New Zealand bowlers to face the same fate that they faced a week ago. Leah was impressive again. The solitary maiden over in the innings belonged to her. 6 overs, 1 for 29. Sophie, the other opening bowler, the skipper, picked up 1. But that's all she wrote really when it came to the wickets column. Spinners came into some slack, didn't they? Eden going at 9 runs per over. Molly going for 9 runs. Amelia, well, they would have depended a lot on her to pick up wickets, but she didn't. She didn't come good with the ball in hand in this series. Fran Jonas went for 3 overs 26. 5 extras in the innings, but yeah, those are not the figures that New Zealanders would have expected as they walked in to defend 196.
Indeed. Young bowling outfit for the White Ferns. All in their early 20s or below 20.
And the other most important factor is that Ranjika, normally the White Ferns set very high standards when it comes to fielding. They have the edge over. This was the first wicket. Again, Vishmi Gunratna. I think she will have to work on that part of her game, handling the short one. That was the second wicket, flicked it straight to square leg, and then it was the Atapattu show.
Indeed, she took it upon herself, like she always does when it comes to women's cricket in Sri Lanka. It's some wonderful strokes, and Nilakshi Silva did a bit from the other end. But these sixes, those were massive. This one especially through the offside, slicing it, but clearing the boundary very easily. Look at this. Down on one knee. She has no care whatsoever that there are plenty of fielders patrolling the boundary line. She has the confidence. She backs herself, backs her ability to clear any boundary, anytime. That's how she got to a half century.
Yeah, when you see some of those sixes, Ranjika, it's pretty difficult for a bowler to fathom out how to contain a player of this nature. We saw a pull shot over mid-wicket. We saw a drop kick over square leg. We saw hitting through the line over the extra cover field. And this was slightly short. She rocked back and went over square leg. This was off the wrong one, against the turn. And that was off the back foot and played late. So how do you contain a player in this nature? That's a terrific shot as well.
Yeah, the spinners were taken apart, the young spinners. And this was a big moment in the game. She was on 81. The Plymouth dropped the sitter. And that could have easily turned the game on its head. And after that, she just kept going. And Nilakshi Dissil also came to the party, getting some boundaries away. There's another one from her bat. And this is how she got to his 8th ODI century, 2nd of the series, the 7th woman to score 8 ODI centuries in the history of women's cricket.
That was the second drop chance of Silva. They have a couple of missed hits, but fortune favors the brave. That was the winning hit. 2 runs needed. Valiant effort. But Silva was back for the all-important second run. And that was the last act.
Ecstatic Sri Lankans. And they rush to hang on, cling on, and embrace their inspirational captain, Chamari Atapattu. What a knock. This day will go down in history for sure as we look at the match. New Zealand, Sophie Devine won the toss and elected to bat first in a really good surface here at the Galle Stadium. And they were cruising along nicely with Susie Bates unbeaten on 63 and Devine unbeaten on 38. 127 for 2 they were in 31 overs when the rain started. And when the grounds were ready to resume play, the target was given to Sri Lanka, 196 runs to get in 29 overs. And Chamari Atapattu scored a blistering 140 of 80, while Nilakshi Dissil chipped in with a valuable 48 in 68. And they got over the line with more than over remaining, 196 for 2. Leah Tahuhu taking 1 for 29 and Sophie Devine chipped in with 1 for 32. Sri Lanka winning the third and final ODI by 8 wickets according to Duckworth and Lewis method. And they take the series, the first ever bilateral win against New Zealand by 2 games to 1.
So once again, we're going to see some of the highlights from Chamari Atapattu's heroic innings. Equally front foot and the back foot. Equally against the paces and the spinners. Equally on the offside and on the onside. This is a terrific package of highlights. It was really like watching highlights. It's actual innings. 80 balls, 140. There weren't a dull moment in that innings, I can tell you.
several strokes she pulled off. I think it was out of this world, especially those massive sixes on the offside, slicing those and clearing the boundary with such ease. The amount of power, the amount of timing she gets, it's just amazing to watch. It was a treat indeed for us, and I think it was a privilege for me to witness such a brilliant knock from Sri Lanka's southpaw. This was the moment she got to the triple figures, second for her in this series, and once again another match-winning effort from the inspirational Sri Lankan women's cricket captain. List of centuries in ODIs for Chamari Atapattu. The highest against Australia, 178 not out, and the second highest today against New Zealand, 140 not out. Then against India, 115, against Ireland, 111, and unbeaten, 108 against New Zealand again in the first match. Then against South Africa, 106, and against Australia 103, and against Pakistan last year scored 101 runs.
When you look at that record, Ranjika, couple against Australia, so couple in this series against New Zealand, then one against Ireland, and then you got against India and against Pakistan, the high-riding teams in Asia. So that's not a bad mix at all, is it? And 6 different opponents and hundreds, 100 in any format. It's amazing. And to get in 50 over cricket, you got so much time, and you got to construct an innings, and more importantly, once you become the main batter in your side, and a lot of batters try to rally around you and try to work around you. That much of responsibilities is being added over onto your shoulders, and it's a quite a remarkable effort, really. When she was appointed captain, everyone thought after the responsibilities were given, but I think she has been thriving since she got that hat on. And, obviously, we didn't have cricket from 2018 to 2020-21 because of the COVID pandemic, but she has started 2023 in style.
Indeed, like you mentioned, women's cricket was at a standstill during that COVID period, and I strongly believe we missed a couple of peak years in Chamari Atapattu's career in those years. But she's back with vengeance this year, 2023, like you mentioned, kicking off with a brilliant series against New Zealand. And not to forget the support from Nilakshi De Silva. We've seen this throughout the series. In the first game, and like you mentioned, Vishnu Gunaratne with that valuable half century in that unbeaten stand to take Sri Lanka over the line. And in the second game, in a losing cause, still Kavisha Dilhari scoring 80-odd runs in that losing effort. But still, those are the contributions that you need in the middle order and the lower order to support Chamari Atapattu.
There was one point in time in that middle of the innings, Ranjika, when De Silva was taking a bit more time, and I was one that was critical at some of the actions she was taking, because she was letting Atapattu do all the heavy lifting from one end, and luckily New Zealand had an opportunity, but they didn't grab it. And but overall result, De Silva at the end was a bit more positive. She was taking a few more chances, and it paid for her. But like you said, end of the day, one batter dominate a terrific partnership with a lot of support from the other.
We're done with the ODI leg of this white ball series against the travelling White Ferns. 3 ODIs, Sri Lanka winning the first one. The rain affected shortened game. Sri Lanka won by 9 wickets. And the second ODI, New Zealand won handsomely by 116 runs. And today the decider, another rain shortened game. Sri Lanka managing to win by 8 wickets. After this, we move to Colombo for the T20 leg, a 3-match T20 series played at the oldest test playing ground in Sri Lanka, the Pisara Oval. It will start on the 8th of July. In the updated points table in the ICC Women's ODI Championship 2022-2025 cycle, New Zealand equal with points with Sri Lanka, 10 points each for them, again with Pakistan with 10 points, and India at the top with 12, and West Indies with 7 points at 5th place. Australia placed 6th with 6 points, 3 out of 3 wins for them though. England with 6 points as well. South Africa with 6 points at placed 8th, 3 out of 3 wins for them. Bangladesh yet to record a win in this cycle, 2 draws for them, gives them 2 points, and Ireland at the bottom of the table without any victories this series. Now it's time for the all-important presentation. We have Laksisi De Silva on the ground with the presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of this third ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. Sri Lanka women made history today as they registered a first ever bilateral series win against the White Ferns here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. So I would like to invite for the presentation party Mr. Manuja Karya Peruma, consultant, Sri Lanka Women's Cricket. So before we head on to the chat with the captains, we have some awards to be given away. The Player of the Match award goes to the Sri Lankan skipper, Chamari Atapattu. She scored her fastest century in her whole career, and that was also her 8th century. Just the 7th batter in the history of women's cricket to score 8 centuries. Chamari, wait up, you have another award. The Player of the Series award also goes to Chamari Atapattu for scoring 2 unbeaten centuries, which led Sri Lanka to register historical wins in this series. We will have a chat with Chamari later, but before that, I would like to invite the White Ferns skipper, Sophie Devine, to have a few words with us. So with the result didn't go your way, Sri Lanka registered their first ever victory against the White Ferns. Where do you think went wrong in this third game?
I think Sri Lanka showed us how to play in these conditions. I thought we were really disappointing today. I thought we've got to take a serious look in the mirror and figure out how we're going to win games of cricket against a really quality side. Chamari was outstanding again today. We never learn our lessons from game one. So, look, we've got some serious thinking to do, but full congratulations to Sri Lanka. They've been outstanding this series.
There were some dropped opportunities when Shamri Atapattu was batting, and also you guys missed an opportunity when Nilakshi Disula was batting. What do you reckon that you guys need to do to improve the standard of fielding, because there were some dropped opportunities during the second game as well?
Oh, we need to field more, and we need to field under intensity. I think it's hard when we've had a number of trainings cancelled, but that needs to be no excuse. We've spoken that we want to be the best team in the field, and we were no way near that today. We can't drop catches, especially against quality players like Sri Lanka. So, look, again, we're going to have to seriously look at ourselves pretty hard.
So, all the best for the second leg of the tour, Sophie. The T20 games will begin in Pisara also. All the best for the T20 series.
Thank you.
Sophie Dubai, the White Ferns skipper. And now I would like to invite once again Shamri Atapattu to have a little chat with us. Shamri, first of all, congratulations on a magnificent knock. What were you feeling out there? You were just hammering the ball to all parts of the ground.
Actually, I'm really happy about my performance and my team performance. Especially, I can mention my teammates and the coaching staff. They helped me a lot. So I'm really congratulating them, and I'm really happy about my performance and my team performance.
So, you and Vishmi renewed the partnership record during the first ODI, and today you and Nilakshi Disula managed to renew that once again. So what was the conversation between you two while batting in the middle?
Actually, we playing our potential, and we try to play our natural game. Especially, I can mention Nilakshi. She is one of our good player and experienced player, senior player in our team. She helped me a lot, and we built good partnership. Finally, we won. That's really good.
So did you know that this is your fastest century in ODI cricket?
I don't know. I don't care about my records. I care about our team performance, and I always think about my country.
So the T20 series coming up, a brand new series, another 3-match series. Any sort of plans that you have which will change from the ODI series?
Yeah, definitely another format, another different condition, and I know the Kiwis are a very good team, so they have good batting lineup, especially the four or five players playing franchise cricket, so they know how to play T20 cricket. So, but we have plans. We stick with our plans. We try to continue this performance in T20 tournament as well.
All the best once again for the T20 series, and congratulations for a magnificent and historic series win against the New Zealand women's team. Good luck for the T20 series as well. You can collect the trophy from Manuchakarya Peruma. Ladies and gentlemen, the series winners, Sri Lanka women against New Zealand women. Their first ever against New Zealand women's team here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. A historical day in Sri Lanka women's cricket history.
For the camera, taking the win 2-1 thanks to two special innings from Shamri Atapattu. So happy for all the women who played their hearts out. New Zealand win the toss. Only managed 127 runs when Rain stopped play after 31 overs. Susie Bates unbeaten 63 and Sophie Devine unbeaten on 38. Sri Lanka was given a target of 196 to get in 29 overs, and Shamri Atapattu took matters into her hands and scored a blistering knock of 140 of just 80 deliveries. Nilakshi Silva, good supporting act of 48 of 68 deliveries to take Sri Lanka over the line with 7 balls to spare. So tally is updated, and Sri Lanka 2 wins against the White Ferns, as they have 11 wins out of 13 ODIs played between them. This is Women's Championship ODI cycle of 2022-2025 in their heading the table with 12 points. Pakistan, New Zealand, Sri Lanka on 10 points each. West Indies 7 points, and Australia, England, South Africa with 6 points each, while Bangladesh are yet to record a victory with 2 points for them, and Ireland at the bottom with just 1 point. So next up we'll have the T20 series, 3-match T20 series taking place in Colombo, the Pisara Oval, 8th of July, starting early morning, 9:45 a.m. The live broadcast will start. Sri Lanka will come in as favourites to take that with the confidence that they've gained here at the Galle Stadium, winning the ODI leg. That's all from us at thepapare.com, here coming to you live from the Galle Stadium. It was truly a privilege for us to bring this coverage to all of you who has joined us all around the world and all around the country. So from the technical crew, the camera crew and the production crew and the commentary box, it's thank you and good night.
Catch me howling at the moon.